Before the darkness takes over, let's make a pact. I have silenced the world for you. No interruptions after minute 15, just you, the rain, and the story in return. Leave a sign of life. Tell me where you are watching from and what time it is in your world. Lock the door, and let's begin. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it. Once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel, too strong, like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him, standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead. A man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. Silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Bay 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real. Solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the 4th ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log. Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication." "Alice, I'm standing next to, documented in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow. Pixel by pixel, there it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. You're still up. Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. I need to figure this out. You need help, Grant. Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist. It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know. She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay. I wanted to explain, to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. Sarah, she paused, didn't turn around. I can't watch you disappear again, she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid, and something else, avgas, sharp and chemical. But the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination. Nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking. The same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m., tomorrow, and I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish, my handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N-7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 6:47 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled, waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through Federal Aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine, standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine, the way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher, weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands, held it under my desk lamp, stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open, page after page, my handwriting, every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical. Same time, same destination. Same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page. December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished, the pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page, just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist, and that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing. The Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me, but younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before. Like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date. But I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green. Yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky. Endless, black, and the radio voice. I finally recognize it now. The cadence. The tremor buried under the calm. It's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983. My birth date, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again. My voice. Speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. Oh God, I am speaking. I am listening, both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger. He's the next loop. Or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again. Flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017. Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat. It tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit. Air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds around the wings. The hangar is empty now. The logbook lies open on the metal desk. Tomorrow's date, my handwriting. Departure 6:47. Destination nowhere. Final approach, always. The phone rang at 2:38 a.m. I reached for the handset, the plastic cold against my palm, and the fluorescent lights above me hummed their usual lullaby. The dispatch office smelled like burnt coffee and 3 hours of silence. Ridgeline Towing, this is Trevor, Static crackled. Then, a voice I knew. Trevor, it's Boyd. My stomach dropped. Boyd Keller hadn't shown up for his shift tonight. Rita left me a voicemail about it 6 hours ago. Said he'd vanished somewhere on Route 44 during last night's run. Radio went dead, truck stopped moving. Search and rescue found nothing. Boyd, I sat up straighter, gripping the handset. Where the hell are you? Everyone's been looking. Need a tow, he said. His voice sounded wrong. Like someone had recorded him speaking and played it backward, then forward again. The cadence was off. Too slow, too smooth. What's your location? Route 44, mile marker 13. The same spot. The exact same spot where his GPS had blinked out last night. What would you do if your missing coworker called from the place he disappeared? I pulled up the GPS tracking system, fingers trembling as I typed in Boyd's truck number. The screen loaded. There it was, his last known position frozen at mile marker 13. Transmission stopped at 2:51 a.m., 24 hours ago. But I was hearing his voice right now. Boyd, listen to me. Are you hurt? How are you calling? Your phone should be. Just send someone, he said, and this time I heard it clearly. The words came out smooth, but underneath them, like an echo, they played backward. Syllables reversing, folding into themselves. My hands started shaking. Who is this? The line went silent except for static that sounded almost like breathing. And then I realized something that made my blood turn to ice. What I was hearing on that call would haunt me for the rest of the night. My hands shook as I dialed Rita's cell. 3 rings, 4. Then her voicemail, that bored bureaucratic drawl I'd heard 100 times. You've reached Rita Malone. I'm unavailable. Leave a message after the tone. Rita, it's Trevor. I need you to call me back. Now it's about Boyd. I got a call from him from Route 44. The same. The beep cut me off. I slammed the receiver down and the sound echoed through the concrete room like a gunshot. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, that relentless mosquito whine that burrowed into my skull. I tasted burnt coffee at the back of my throat. Bitter, metallic. Wrong. I pulled up the staff schedule on the terminal, fingers sticky against the keys. The screen glowed sickly green in the dark office. I scrolled to this week's rotation, looking for Rita's emergency contact. For anyone, my name stared back at me. Trevor Hatch. Night dispatch. Status, deceased. Called in 3 days ago. I blinked, read it again. The letters didn't change. What the hell? A glitch had to be, some database error. I'd been here every night this week. Hadn't I? The memory felt slippery, like trying to hold water in my fists. I switched to the Route 44 camera feeds. Maybe I could see Boyd's truck, confirm he was really out there. Static. All 6 feeds showed nothing but churning gray snow, and through the dead pixels I swore I heard breathing. I grabbed my phone, texted Rita, then Jenna from day's shift, then dispatch in the next county. My thumbs flew across the screen, desperate pleading. The messages sat there, unread, unanswered. Nobody was listening, and the clock on the wall, it still read 2:38 a.m. But that was 10 minutes ago. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner, gray metal coated with grime. I yanked the bottom drawer open. Cold metal bit my fingertips. Inside, folders slumped together like old bones, their edges yellowed and brittle. The smell hit me: dust and mildew and something else, something stale, like air that hadn't moved in years. I pulled the thickest folder, 2009, the year stamped across the tab in faded ink. My hands trembled as I flipped it open. Incident reports, service logs. A photo clipped to the first page showed a tow truck driver, mid-30s, standing beside his rig. The name beneath read Dale Grimshaw. I scanned the report. Dale Grimshaw, driver. Dispatched to Route 44, mile marker 13 at 2:38 a.m. Never returned. Truck found 3 days later, engine cold, driver's door open. No blood, no signs of struggle, just gone. The company shut down 2 months after. Ridgeline Towing. But that wasn't my company. We were North Star Dispatch. Different name, different management. I flipped to the contact sheet at the back of the folder. My stomach dropped. The dispatch number listed was identical to the one printed on my console. The exact same 10 digits I answered calls on every night. What are the odds of that? Can you even imagine? I looked around the cramped concrete room, the fluorescent lights humming their endless monotone song above me. The single window overlooking the empty lot. The burnt coffee smell that never left. This wasn't a different building. This was the same office. I stood, walked to the door, turned the handle. It didn't move. I tried again, rattling it harder. The metal clicked uselessly, locked tight from the outside. My breath came faster. I crossed to the window, pressed my palms against the cold glass, but the latch wouldn't budge. Rusted shut or bolted, I couldn't tell which. The fluorescent hum shifted, lower now, almost like breathing. I was alone, completely alone. And I wouldn't be leaving until someone unlocked that door in the morning. But the real question I should have asked was this: would morning ever come? I checked my watch, 2:36. The air in the dispatch office had gone still, thick with the smell of old concrete and something else I couldn't name, something metallic. The fluorescent lights hummed their endless monotone hymn above me, and I pressed my back against the locked door, feeling the cold metal handle dig into my spine. 2:37. My phone showed no signal, just a blank screen where the bars should be. I tried Rita again. Nothing. The call wouldn't even attempt to connect, but the landline on the desk. That red light blinked steady and patient, like a heartbeat waiting for me to notice. What would you do? Sit there and wait for morning? Or the phone rang at exactly 2:38. I froze. The sound carved through the silence like a blade, sharp and wrong in a way that made my teeth ache. It rang again, again. That same mechanical scream I'd heard for 3 weeks now, but tonight it felt different. Hungry. I let it ring. 4 times, 5. My hand hovered over the receiver, trembling like I was reaching toward an open flame. But what choice did I have? I answered, static first, then a voice. Slow, deliberate, stretched thin like old tape played at the wrong speed. I've been waiting, my breath caught. The voice wasn't Boyd's, it was older, tired beyond measure. You sent help, the voice continued, each word separated by too much silence. It never came, Dale Grimshaw. I didn't send anyone, I whispered. I wasn't even. You were always here, Trevor. The line went dead. I dropped the receiver, grabbed my keys, ran to the door and yanked the handle. Locked. I slammed my shoulder against it. Nothing. the window next. I picked up the desk chair and swung it hard against the glass. The chair bounced back like I'd hit solid concrete. The window didn't even vibrate. The landline rang again, and I realized morning shift wasn't going to save me. Because whatever was calling knew I had nowhere left to run. I backed away from the console, and my foot hit something. Glass. The bottle rolled across the concrete floor, the sound amplified in the cramped room. I looked down. 3 empty whiskey bottles lay beneath my desk, amber liquid pooled in the caps. The smell hit me then, sharp, familiar, burning my nostrils. I haven't touched alcohol in 2 years. You believe that, don't you? I do. I did, but I could taste it on my tongue. I grabbed the security monitor, fingers shaking, and scrubbed backward through the footage. Thursday night. There I was at the console, answering a call at 2:38, typing coordinates into the dispatch system, sending a driver to Route 44. Friday night. Same thing, same posture, same mechanical movements. Saturday night, tonight, I watched myself lift a bottle to my lips before the call came in. I don't remember any of it. Can you imagine that? 3 nights erased like fog burning off asphalt. The fluorescent lights hummed louder, drilling into my skull. I pulled up the GPS logs. Boyd's truck stopped transmitting at 2:51 a.m. So did Friday's driver. And Thursdays, all at mile marker 13. All at the exact same second, like their batteries died simultaneously. Or something else did. But what I found next made my blood freeze. My phone's GPS history showed I'd driven there too. Last night. My car sitting idle at mile marker 13 for 17 minutes before returning here. I stared at my hands. No cuts. No dirt under my fingernails. Nothing to prove I'd left this room. The landline rang again, and this time I heard something underneath the static. Breathing. Multiple voices inhaling in perfect unison. The breathing stopped. Then they spoke. Trevor. 5 voices, perfectly synchronized, whispering my name through the static like wind through dead leaves. Trevor. I slammed the receiver down. My hand hit the cradle so hard the plastic cracked. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice, and the hum changed pitch. Lower now, almost like a voice. I needed proof. Something concrete. Something that would make sense of the footage, the GPS logs, the 3 nights I couldn't remember. My phone sat on the desk, screen dark. I picked it up. The glass felt cold. Too cold. Like it had been sitting in a freezer, not beside my lukewarm coffee. I opened the location history. My hand started shaking before I even read the timestamps. There, last night, 2:38 a.m. to 2:51 a.m., Route 44, mile marker 13. The little blue dot on the map didn't lie. According to this, I'd driven there, parked, stayed 17 minutes, but I was here, wasn't I? Can you imagine doubting your own memory so completely? I stared at that blue dot until my vision blurred. What I found next would change everything. The night before that, same route, same time, and the night before that, 3 consecutive trips, all ending at 2:51 a.m. exactly. I never left this room. I know I didn't. I would remember driving. Wouldn't I? The landline rang again. 2:38 a.m. Right on schedule. I didn't move, just watched it ring. My reflection in the black window watched back, but its lips were moving. mouthing something I couldn't hear over the ringing. The static beneath the ring tone began to form a pattern, a rhythm, almost like breathing. Then I realized what my reflection was saying. It was whispering my name. I dropped the receiver. It clattered against the console, then swung, pendulum slow, hissing static into the dead air between us, me and the thing in the window that wore my face. My knees hit the floor. Cold concrete bit through my jeans. I needed something real, something solid. I pressed my palms flat against the ground, felt grit scratch my skin, and that's when my fingers brushed the edge of something taped beneath the desk. Peeling tape, the sound too loud in the fluorescent hum. I pulled. A photograph slid free, corners yellowed, surface glossy under the buzzing lights. The image stopped my breath. A man in a grease-stained tow truck uniform stood beside Route 44's mile marker 13, trees thick behind him. Asphalt cracked like dried skin. His face, my face. I've never driven a truck, never. My hands have only known keyboards and coffee mugs and the smooth plastic of this console. But there I was, or someone wearing my face was squinting into camera flash, one hand resting on a truck's dented fender. The timestamp in the corner read October 5th, 2009. Can you imagine finding yourself in a photo from 16 years ago? A photo you don't remember. But that wasn't what made my stomach twist. Scrawled in blue ink across the bottom, in handwriting I didn't recognize. The date was 3 days ago. 3 days ago. The fluorescent lights flickered. Once. Twice. The window glass reflected them back at me, and in that strobing darkness I saw my reflection turn its head, independent of my body, and mouth 2 words I felt rather than heard. Help me. But what stared back from that photograph would reveal something far worse than a moving reflection. I stumbled back from the window. My reflection stayed where it was. The static from the console changed. The formless white noise began separating into layers, peeling apart like skin from muscle. Frequencies I'd heard for 3 weeks suddenly aligned into something coherent, numbers crackling through the hiss. 44.273, 73.189, coordinates. I grabbed my phone with shaking fingers, typed them into the map. The pin dropped exactly where I knew it would. Route 44, mile marker 13. The same stretch of cracked asphalt from the photo. The place where everyone vanished. The clock above the console ticked toward 2:37. I reached for my coffee, cold now, thick. I took a sip anyway, needing something to ground me, to prove I still had a body that could taste and swallow and feel. Gasoline flooded my mouth. I spat into the trash can, gagging, but the chemical burn coated my throat like I'd been drinking fuel for hours. How long had it tasted like this? How long had I not noticed? 2:38. Every phone in the dispatch office rang at once. Not just the landline, the cell phones confiscated from previous shifts, still locked in Rita's desk drawer. The fax machine, the ancient intercom system no one had used in years. All of them screaming in perfect synchronization, a chorus demanding to be answered. I grabbed the landline receiver. 5 voices spoke as one. We're waiting for you. You promised help. Come finish your shift. The fluorescent lights above hummed louder. I looked down at my hands gripping the phone. Through them, I could see the desk beneath, transparent, fading, dissolving under light that suddenly felt less like illumination and more like an X-ray burning through what little remained of me. But what happened when there was nothing left to dissolve? That's when I would finally understand what I'd become. My hands were gone, the phones kept ringing. 5 voices, 1 truth. The fluorescent lights hummed a frequency that vibrated through what remained of me. And that's when the memories tore through. Route 44, October 5th, 2009. I was driving the tow truck. No, that wasn't right. I am driving the tow truck. The engine dies at mile marker 13. Cold air smells like pine needles and diesel exhaust. I call dispatch. A woman answers, says help is coming. Her voice sounds like static wrapped around a promise she can't keep. I wait and wait and wait. The gasoline taste in my mouth, that's not coffee. That's the fumes I breathed in the cab before hypothermia took me. Before I became something that couldn't leave Route 44. So I followed the only thread back. The dispatch number. The voice that promised help. But that wasn't the worst part. Boyd's voice on the phone 3 weeks ago. That was me, 16 years later, still calling. Still waiting. Jenna's cryptic note. She was me too, the loop before. Every dispatcher who's ever sat in this concrete tomb has been Dale Grimshaw, answering his own desperate call, sending the next version of himself to die on Route 44. Can you understand what that means? I built this purgatory 1 phone call at a time. The clock above the console clicks to 2:38. The phones scream in unison. My own voice echoes from every receiver. Dispatch, I need a tow. Route, no, I don't reach for the handset. My transparent fingers hover above it, then pull back. The fluorescent lights flicker. The air tastes like burnt metal and broken promises. What I didn't know then was what refusing would cost. The ringing doesn't stop. It splits into harmony, 2 rings, then 4, then 8, multiplying like a swarm of hornets trapped inside my skull. The office walls sweat condensation. The concrete floor vibrates. The phone rings, and rings, and rings. The ringing split into 12 phones, 20, 50. The sound carved into my skull like a drill bit. The fluorescent lights strobed. The concrete walls rippled. I pressed my transparent hands against my ears, but the ringing came from inside now. Inside my bones, my teeth, my memory. I couldn't break it. The loop didn't want to be broken. My hand reached for the phone, not my choice anymore. The receiver was ice against my ear, or was it? Could I even feel cold if I'd been dead for 16 years? Silence, static, then a voice, my voice. Dispatch, younger, confused, scared. I need a tow, Route 44, mile marker 13, my truck it died. Everything died. I opened my mouth. Nothing came out. Hello, is anyone there, please? I've been waiting so long. What would you do? Lie to yourself. Promise help that never comes. Help is coming, I whispered. The words tasted like gasoline. The door unlocked behind me. Click, the sound of release, of surrender. I stood. The office dissolved into burnt coffee smell and static hum. The schedule on the wall updated itself. Someone new listed for tomorrow's night shift. A name I didn't recognize yet. My phone's GPS glowed. 1 route available, Route 44. I drove. The woods swallowed my headlights at mile marker 13. 2:51 a.m. on the dashboard. The engine coughed, sputtered, died. I sat in the silence. And then I understood. This wasn't punishment. This was duty. I picked up my phone, dialed the number I'd memorized across lifetimes. It rang. Someone young answered, eager, alive. Dispatch. I need a tow, I said. Route 44, please. Help is coming, right? Help is coming, they promised. I waited in the dark. The voices woke me at 3 in the morning. I sat up in the narrow trailer bed, heart already racing. Laughter echoed across the 50 yards between my window and the cave mouth. Clear, distinct. A woman's voice asking about stalactites. A man responding with facts I'd memorized months ago. Impossible. The last tour ended at 6. I pressed my face against the cold glass. Darkness swallowed the landscape beyond my porch light, but the cave entrance gaped like an open mouth. No flashlights, no headlamps, just that steady murmur of conversation drifting through Kentucky night air. The voices didn't fade, they multiplied. I grabbed my flashlight and jacket. My boots hit gravel and the autumn cold bit through my shirt. 50 yards felt like 50 miles. The voices grew louder with each step. Casual chatter, someone laughing at a joke I couldn't hear, footsteps on stone echoing from deep inside. Can you imagine walking toward sounds that shouldn't exist? The cave mouth exhaled damp limestone breath. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam cut through absolute darkness, illuminating the familiar walkway, the metal railings, the first limestone formations. Empty, completely empty, but the voices continued. They came from deeper in, past the main chamber, past the tour route, toward the section we sealed off years ago. I stepped onto the limestone path. Water dripped in rhythm somewhere ahead. The mineral smell wrapped around me, thick and ancient. Then I saw them, boot prints, fresh mud, leading down the walkway. My throat tightened. The prints were clear, recent, wet enough to gleam under my flashlight beam. They tracked straight through the main chamber, past the safety barriers, toward the rusted chains marking the restricted tunnels. The voices called from beyond those chains, laughing like nothing was wrong. I followed the prints into the darkness. I ducked under the rusted chain, the metal groaning against the limestone. The smell hit me first, old iron and something sour, like wet earth left too long in darkness. My flashlight beam followed the boot prints deeper into tunnels I hadn't walked since. Wait, I'd never walked these tunnels. I started here 6 months ago. The restricted section was already sealed when I arrived. My breath fogged in front of me thick white clouds that shouldn't exist this far underground. The temperature had dropped. I could feel it through my jacket, a cold that pressed against my skin like wet fabric. Water dripped somewhere ahead, steady, rhythmic, too rhythmic, drip, 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 like a metronome counting down. The boot prints continued, tracking mud through dust that looked undisturbed for years. The contradiction made my chest tighten. I followed them around a bend where the ceiling dropped low enough to force me into a crouch. My palms scraped against limestone, gritty and damp. The prints stopped. Dead end. Solid rock face. I swept the flashlight across the wall and the beam caught fresh scratches in the stone. Letters gouged deep, the edges still pale. Tour 340 emergency exit failed. Guide trapped oxygen 4 hours. Below it, carved in smaller letters. December 19th, 2024. Today's date. My hand trembled. The flashlight beam shook across the wall. Can you imagine finding your own warning? Your own handwriting in stone you've never touched? Behind me, the voices grew louder, not echoing from the main chamber anymore. Closer, moving through solid rock, through limestone that should block all sound. Footsteps approached from inside the wall itself, dozens of them, all walking toward me through impossible space. The voice came through the limestone, clearer now. A tour guide's practiced cadence, echoing facts about mineral deposits and water tables. I pressed my palm against the cold stone. The vibrations buzzed against my skin, words bleeding through solid rock. Blackwater Cave formed over 2 million years ago. And no, that's my voice. I stumbled back. The sound followed me, bouncing off the walls, layering over itself. My own inflections, my own pauses for effect. Reciting facts I'd memorized 6 months ago, but the order was wrong, starting with geological history instead of safety protocols. What would you do, hearing yourself speak from inside the earth? I dropped to my knees in the mud. My flashlight beam trembled across the boot prints leading to this dead end. I lifted my right foot, pressed it beside the nearest print. The tread pattern matched exactly. Every ridge, every worn patch near the heel where I drag slightly when I'm tired. The cold mud squelched between my fingers as I traced the outline. Mine, all mine. The phantom footsteps grew louder, dozens of shoes on stone shuffling closer. Laughter echoed from somewhere ahead, tourists amused by some joke I couldn't hear. I spun, flashlight cutting through darkness. The tunnel behind me stretched empty. No movement, no bodies, just that voice. My voice, droning on about limestone formations. Then my beam caught something metallic lodged in the silt near the wall. Another flashlight, half buried, caked in dried mud. My hand shook as I reached for it, fingers closing around the cold aluminum cylinder. I lifted it free. Oh God! The metal was warm, still warm as if someone had been holding it seconds ago. The warmth of the second flashlight seeped into my palm. Metal that should have been cold as the limestone around me. I dropped it, backed away. My mind raced back to 6 months ago, to the morning I'd signed the paperwork in Corrine, Shelby's cramped office above the gift shop. "You're running from something," she'd said, not a question. I'd stared at the contract. Atlanta, bad breakup, dead-end job, the usual. Her eyes held mine. 50-something, weathered face, hands that knew rope and rock. "This isn't a hiding place, Blake. It's quiet, but not always peaceful. Quiet is exactly what I need." She'd poured coffee that smelled like burnt earth and slid a mug across the desk. "There was an incident in 2011. A guide named Garrett Finley went down for a late inspection. Never came back up. We searched for 3 days, found nothing. No body, no equipment, no explanation." I took the mug. The warmth felt good. "What happened to him?" "Don't know," her voice dropped. "But we sealed the back tunnels after that, chain barrier. No one goes past the main tour route now, no exceptions." "Understood." "I'm serious, Blake," she leaned forward. "You hear anything strange down there, you leave. You don't investigate, you don't linger, you come up." "What would you do? Take a job in a cave where someone vanished without a trace?" I needed the isolation, the distance, the chance to stop thinking about everything I'd left behind. I moved into the trailer 50 yards from the cave entrance. Small, sparse, weak cell signal, perfect, 4 tour a day, same script, same jokes. Tourists laughed at the stalactite formations, gasped at the echo chamber, filed out satisfied. For 5 months and 3 weeks I heard nothing unusual. Water dripping in rhythm, wind whistling through cracks, the settling groan of ancient stone, until this week. The voices started small. A whisper I convinced myself was wind. Laughter I blamed on acoustic tricks. Footsteps that stopped when I turned around. I told myself caves played with sound, warped it, made you hear things that weren't there. But tonight, holding that warm flashlight in the dark, I understood something Corrine had been too afraid to say. Garrett Finley never left these tunnels, and neither would I. I climbed out at dawn. My hands still shook from holding that impossible warmth in the darkness. Inside the trailer, I opened the park records on my laptop. The keys felt cold under my fingertips. Damp paper smell rose from the file box Corrine had left me during orientation. Incident reports, tour logs, maintenance sheets yellowed at the edges. I needed to understand Tour 340. The logs ran sequential. Tour 337, Tour 338, Tour 339, and then nothing. The date beside 339 matched the day Garrett Finley disappeared. Tour 340 had never happened. My breath caught, but I'd heard it. I'd followed its footprints. I'd seen the warning scratched with today's date, the countdown, the emergency exit notation. Can you imagine finding proof that something impossible exists? I searched the incident file for Garrett's name. The report was thin. Male 34 hired 8 months prior vanished during routine inspection. No body recovered. Section sealed by order of Dixon Reese. There was a photo. Oh, the room tilted. I gripped the desk. That face. Those hands. The way his shoulders hunched slightly forward like mine did after a long shift. Garrett Finley looked exactly like me, not similar, not close. Identical. My pulse hammered in my ears. 3 sharp knocks rattled the trailer door. I flinched, nearly knocking over cold coffee from yesterday. Blake, Corrine's voice, but wrong, tight with fear. I opened the door. She stood in morning mist, arms wrapped around herself despite the humidity. Her eyes locked on mine, searched my face. Her mouth opened, closed. "You," she whispered. "You look just like Garrett." The words hung between us like a held breath. Behind her, past 50 yards of wet grass, the cave mouth exhaled its endless cold into the warming air. And from somewhere deep below, I heard footsteps beginning their descent. I didn't wait for the footsteps to reach us. "I have to go," I said, pushing past Corrine toward the trailer door. The cold morning air hit my face, sharp with the smell of wet limestone and something older, something wrong. Behind me, Corrine called my name, but the sound felt muffled, like I was already underwater. My truck sat where I'd parked it 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, depending on whose timeline I believed. The keys shook in my hand as I jammed them into the ignition. Click, click, nothing. I tried again. The engine didn't even turn over. Battery was new. I'd checked it last week. My palms were slick against the steering wheel and I could hear my own breathing, Too fast, too shallow in the confined cab. Fine. I'd walk. The access road stretched ahead, familiar gravel crunching under my boots. 20 minutes to the main highway. I'd done it before for exercise, back when I still pretended this job was temporary. The cave mouth yawned to my left as I passed, that constant 50-degree exhale brushing the back of my neck. I didn't look, I walked faster. Pine trees lined the road, their shadows stretching in the early light. I counted my steps. 400, 600. The rhythm calmed me, gave me something to focus on besides the pressure building in my chest. Like I'd forgotten to breathe properly, like the air wasn't reaching deep enough. 800 steps. The trailer appeared ahead. No, that's... I spun around. The road behind me stretched empty, gravel undisturbed except for my own footprints leading back the way I'd come. I'd been walking in a straight line. I'd felt the incline, the slight curve past the equipment shed. Can you lose 20 minutes and end up exactly where you started? I ran this time. Same trees, same shadows. The numbers in my head wouldn't stop. 2 hours, 53 minutes, counting down to something I couldn't name. I'd never started counting, but the knowledge sat in my skull like a stone, cold and absolute. The trailer door hung open. Corrine was gone. The cave pulled, not metaphorically. I felt it in my sternum, a fishhook tug toward that black mouth. My legs moved without permission, carrying me down the wooden steps, past the rusted chain barrier I'd crossed last night. The air grew thick, pressing against my eardrums. Every tunnel branched wrong. I tried the northern passage toward the old echo chamber, but the walls curved, narrowed, and deposited me at the restricted section's dead end. I tried again. Western route toward the formation they called the cathedral. The path twisted back on itself, limestone slick under my boots, and delivered me to the same scratched warning. Same muddy boot prints. Same emergency exit rusted shut. 2 hours, 38 minutes. I pressed my forehead against the cold stone, trying to remember when I'd started counting. The oxygen timer in my head ticked down with mechanical precision, each second dropping like water into an endless well. But I hadn't looked at my watch, hadn't checked the time since. Since when? The counting had always been there, and something in the darkness ahead, past the warning, past the point where my flashlight beam dissolved into nothing, something was waiting for me to run out. The figure ahead wore my jacket. I stopped. Flashlight beam shaking against wet limestone. Same olive canvas. Same frayed cuff on the left sleeve. The back of his head, my head, turned slightly and I saw the curve of my own ear, the exact angle of my jaw. He moved forward, boots squelching in mud. I couldn't breathe. The cold air pressed into my lungs like stones, mineral-scented and stale, but I forced myself to follow. What else could I do? Stay frozen in the dark. The double reached a junction where 3 tunnels split. He stopped, turned. Oh, God, my face, pale as cave fungus. Mouth moving, shaping words I couldn't hear. His eyes, my eyes, locked onto mine, but there was no recognition. No shock, just terror, raw and endless. His lips kept moving, forming the same silent phrase over and over. Then he pointed deeper into the left tunnel. I tried to speak. What are you? He turned and walked into solid stone, not through a passage, into the wall itself. Gone. My hand reached out, touched the limestone where he'd vanished. Solid, cold, real. Can you imagine what that feels like? Watching yourself disappear into rock. Something echoed from the left tunnel. A voice. My voice. I forced my legs to move. Every step felt wrong, like walking against current. The tunnel sloped downward, narrower now, and the voice grew clearer, reciting. Blackwater Cave formed approximately 300 million years ago during the Mississippian period. Water dissolved the limestone, creating passages at a rate of, I rounded the corner. There I was again, standing in profile, gesturing to empty air, giving a tour to no one. My mouth moved in perfect sync with the words echoing off stone, but the tone was flat, mechanical, like I'd said them 10,000 times and lost all meaning. Please stay behind the guide at all times. The formations are fragile and, hey, I said. He didn't stop, didn't turn. Hey, louder now. Nothing. He continued the script, turning to face where a tour group should be, smiling at vacant darkness. Further ahead, past his frozen performance, I saw movement. Another figure crouched low. No, not another, me again. This one knelt at the dead end, right arm moving in jerky motions, scratching, metal on stone. The sound scraped through my skull, sharp, rhythmic, desperate. I walked past my touring self. He didn't acknowledge me. I could have touched him, could have shaken his shoulder. But something in my gut told me he was as solid and as empty as the wall that swallowed the first one. The crouching figure kept scratching. I crept closer, saw the words forming under his, under mine, under our fingernails bleeding and broken. Tour 340. Emergency exit failed. He was creating the warning I'd already found. I knelt beside him. Can you hear me? His hand never stopped, eyes fixed on the stone. Lips pressed tight, I reached out. My fingers passed through his wrist like mist. That's when I understood. They weren't ghosts. They were echoes. Moments trapped in stone, playing forever. And if they were here, still scratching, still giving tour, still pointing the way, then what was I? My hand passed through him like he wasn't there, like I wasn't there. The cold shot up my arm, not from his body, but from the stone itself. The limestone felt wrong against my palm, too smooth, too warm, as if it had been touched moments ago by something living. The smell of damp earth filled my lungs, but underneath it, something metallic, copper, blood maybe, or rust. The crouching figure kept scratching. The sound echoed in triplets, each repetition slightly delayed, like my ears couldn't decide which moment to hear. Then I remembered this, not as a memory surfacing, as something happening right now. I was scratching the warning into stone, my fingernails tearing, limestone dust bitter on my tongue. But I was also standing behind myself, watching. And I was somewhere else entirely, shaking Corinne's hand on my first day, her smile tight with something unspoken. 2011, 6 months ago, the same handshake, the same trailer, the same damp cold seeping through my jacket. Can you imagine holding two lives in your head at once? Both real, both true, both ending here in the dark. The tour guide version of me spoke through the walls, his voice, my voice, reciting stalactite formation rates. But the words layered wrong. I heard myself say 10,000 years and 6 months ago and never all at once, syllables bleeding together like water through limestone. Oh, no, 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 I done this before, not remembered it. Done it, the descent, the voices. The boot prints that matched mine because they were mine, left hours ago, days ago, years ago. Time didn't move right down here. It folded. It looped. It trapped. And that's when I understood what the oxygen countdown really meant. I ran deeper into the tunnel. The limestone pressed close, cold and damp against my shoulders. My flashlight beam jerked wildly. But I didn't need it anymore. I knew where I was going, had always known. The emergency exit waited at the far end, rusted and sealed, the door Garrett clawed at in 2011. The door I clawed at 6 months ago. The door I'm clawing at now. My fingernails scraped metal. Orange rust flaked away, tasting like old blood in the air. The handle wouldn't budge. I threw my weight against it. Nothing. The hinges had fused solid, corroded by time and cave moisture into a single, immovable slab. Help, my voice cracked. Someone, please. But you know who was coming, don't you? Behind me, footsteps echoed, not one set, dozens. I turned, flashlight shaking in my grip. They filled the tunnel, all of me. Some wore my jacket from today. Others had clothing I didn't recognize but somehow remembered buying. One was bleeding from a head wound I'd never received. Another clutched a flashlight with a dead battery. They moved in unison, faces slack, mouths opening. When they spoke, my voice layered over itself in impossible harmony. Tour 340. The exit failed. Oxygen remaining. 0 hours. I pressed against the rusted door. My chest should have been burning, lungs screaming. But I breathed normally, easily, the cave air flowing through me like I'd been part of it for years. I couldn't die here. Can you understand that? The loop wouldn't allow it. Death would have been mercy. An ending. This was continuation, eternal repetition. The countdown had always been a lie. One of the figures stepped forward. His face was mine, but older, resigned. He pointed back toward the sealed section, toward the chains and the warning scratched in stone. You have to go back, he whispered. Seal it. Forget. Start again. And that's when I understood what Corrine had been trying to tell me the whole time. I wake to morning sun through the trailer window. The light feels warm, normal. 6 months I've been here now and the routine fits like old skin. I stretch, feet hitting cold linoleum and shuffle to the coffee pot. The aroma fills the small space, bitter, comforting, real. The schedule sits on the counter, 4 tour today. I scan the list. Tour 340, something flickers in my chest. Unease maybe, but I don't know why. My phone buzzes. Corrine. Blake, she says, her voice sounds tight. I need to check on you. I'm fine. I sip coffee. Why wouldn't I be? A pause, long enough that I hear her breathing. You remind me of someone. Be careful today, okay? Don't go wandering after hours. Corrine, I know you don't remember. Her voice cracks. Just promise me. She hangs up before I can answer. I stare at the phone. What don't I remember? The coffee tastes wrong suddenly. Too bitter. I set it down and look out the window toward the cave mouth 50 yards away. Cold air seems to drift from it even in daylight, carrying the smell of limestone and standing water. Tonight, I'll hear something. I don't know how I know this, but the certainty sits heavy in my gut. Voices, maybe. Footsteps echoing where no one walks. Tonight, I'll descend. Can you imagine forgetting your own nightmare? Waking clean, only to walk straight back into the dark. The muddy boot prints are already there, waiting in tunnels I haven't entered. The warning is already scratched into stone, my handwriting, though I've never held the tool. Tour 340 has always been scheduled. I've always taken this job. I've always descended. The loop doesn't need my memory. It only needs my feet to carry me down, again and again, into the cold and the dark and the voices that are all mine. I finish my coffee. The sun climbs higher. Tonight comes regardless. The coffee was always black, never cream. I balance the porcelain cup on its saucer as I climb the stairs to the second floor. 3 am exactly. The Ashmont Hotel settled around me with its usual creaks. Old wood breathing, copper pipes ticking behind the walls. My footsteps on the threadbare carpet made no sound. They never did anymore, but I hadn't thought much about it. Room 12's door waited at the end of the hallway. Floral wallpaper peeled at the edges. The air smelled wrong up here. Not the usual bergamot and old carpet. Something colder, metallic. I knocked twice. "Come in," a voice said from inside, soft, familiar. The door wasn't locked. It never was. I pushed it open with my elbow, careful not to spill the coffee. The room was dark except for a sliver of light beneath the bathroom door. "Sir, your coffee." The bathroom door opened. But what I saw standing there would shatter everything I thought I knew about the last 6 days. The man stepped into the dim light. He wore a porter's uniform, navy blue with brass buttons, exactly like mine. The name tag pinned to his chest caught the glow from the hallway. Ian Holly's, my name. He held something in his palm, another name tag scratched. Old. He extended it toward me, and I saw my own name engraved there too. "You've been very reliable," he whispered. His voice scraped like rust. 6 nights in a row. I set the coffee down. My hand trembled. I don't understand." He reached into his pocket, pulled out a brass room key, held it up so I could see the engraving. "Ian Holly's, room 12. Your shift ended 6 days ago." His tired eyes met mine. "You died in the stairwell. The air left my lungs. You've been delivering coffee to yourself." And that's when I remembered the taste of blood in my mouth, and the sound of my skull cracking against the railing. My mind raced back, 6 nights earlier, before I understood what I'd become. The shift started like all the others. I clocked in at 11 p.m., the brass time card slot cold against my knuckles. The Ashmont Hotel lobby stretched empty before me, marble counter gleaming under dim Art Deco fixtures, the smell of old carpet and bergamot hanging thick in the air. Providence slept outside those tall windows. Inside I was alone. That's how I preferred it. No day staff asking how I was. No concerned managers like Claire leaving voicemails I wouldn't return. Just me and the routine. Reliable Ian Holly's. Never took a sick day. Never complained about the exhaustion that had settled into my bones like frost. At 3 a.m. exactly, the phone rang. The sound cut through the silence, sharp and insistent. I lifted the receiver. "Front desk." A voice, barely a whisper. "Room 12. Black coffee, no cream, no sugar." "Right away, sir." I should have noticed something then. The way the request felt, familiar, like I'd heard it before, though this was the first call all night. But what happened next would unravel everything I thought I knew. I prepared the coffee in the back room, hands moving through muscle memory. Carried the tray to the elevator. The ascent hummed in my ears, too loud, too slow. Second floor. The hallway stretched before me, narrow and dim. Room 12's door stood slightly ajar. I knocked twice. Room service. Come in. The man sat on the bed's edge, hotel robe hanging loose on his frame. He looked tired, 60s maybe, eyes that had seen too many sleepless nights. He took the coffee without looking at me. Same time tomorrow, he said, not a question, a fact. I nodded, turned to leave. That's when I heard it, the lobby clock downstairs ticking backward. Once. Just once. I paused in the doorway, glanced at the hallway mirror. My reflection moved a half second behind me. I blinked. It blinked. After. And I realized the hotel had already started rewriting me. I ran. Down the second floor hallway. Past the elevator with its tarnished brass doors. My shoes struck the carpet in rhythm with my heartbeat, fast, too fast. The stairwell door loomed ahead and I shoved through it without thinking. Cold air hit my face. The smell of mildew and something metallic filled my lungs. The service stairs spiraled upward and down. Dim yellow bulb overhead. I gripped the railing and looked up toward the third floor landing. That's when I saw it. A body, slumped against the wall, porter uniform. Dark stains spreading across the chest. Head tilted at a wrong angle. One arm bent beneath, fingers curled. The blood had soaked into the fabric, dried in patches that looked almost black in the weak light. I climbed the stairs. Each step felt like wading through water. My legs refused to move properly, but I forced them. Up, up. The copper smell grew stronger. The face was mine. What would you do? Would you touch it? Make sure it was real? I knelt beside myself. The skin was cold when I pressed 2 fingers to the neck. Waxy. No pulse. Of course, no pulse. The eyes were half open, staring at nothing. A thin line of dried blood traced from the temple down to the jaw. But what I discovered next would unravel everything I thought I understood. I fumbled for my phone, hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped it. 911. I tried to dial. The screen lit up, but the numbers, they rearranged themselves, became extensions. Room numbers. I pressed the buttons anyway. The phone rang once, twice. A recorded voice answered, "You have reached the front desk, please hold." No, I tried again. Same result. Internal extension. I scrolled through my contacts. They were all gone. Replaced with hotel departments that didn't exist. Housekeeping. Maintenance. Room service. Concierge. I tried to call out. My voice echoed in the stairwell, bouncing off concrete walls. "Help! Someone please!" Silence swallowed the words. I ran back down, burst through the lobby doors. The marble counter sat empty. No one behind the desk. The brass bell gleamed under the chandelier light, but when I struck it, the sound died instantly. No echo, no resonance. "Claire," I called out. Claire Dunbar, the day manager. She should have arrived by now. What time was it? I checked the clock above the desk. 3:15 a.m., still night, but hadn't I been working for hours? Days. The light outside the windows showed nothing, just black glass reflecting the lobby back at me. I walked to the front doors, pushed them open. The lobby greeted me on the other side. I was standing behind the front desk, facing the entrance I just walked through. Can you imagine that? Walking forward and ending up where you started. I tried again. Side exit. Emergency exit. Every door opened to the same space. The hotel folded in on itself, trapping me in its geometry. That's when the real truth began to surface. I moved through the hallways, checking rooms, knocking on doors, shouting names I'd seen in the guest registry. No one answered. I climbed to the second floor, the third, the fourth. Every hallway stretched empty, carpet worn in familiar paths, sconces burning with soft light, but no sounds, no footsteps, no televisions murmuring through walls, no water running in pipes. The hotel breathed around me, but it was empty of life. I returned to the front desk and opened the guest book. My hands left smudges on the pages. The last check-in was dated 6 days ago. The last checkout 8 days before that. No one had come. No one had left. And I had been delivering coffee every night to a guest who shouldn't exist in a hotel where no one was supposed to be. The silence pressed against my eardrums. I could hear my own pulse now, a frantic drumbeat that matched the ticking of the clock. Except, I turned to look. The clock was ticking backward again. 3:14, 3:13, 3:12. I stood there, alone in the Ashmont Hotel, staring at my own body in the stairwell 3 floors above, and realized with growing horror that I had been alone for days. But if I'd been alone, who had I been serving all this time? I wasn't alone anymore. The footsteps came first, soft, deliberate, echoing from the second-floor corridor where no guest should have been. I froze at the front desk, listening to the rhythm, a slow shuffle followed by something that sounded like water dripping on carpet. Each step left a wet sound behind it. The woman appeared at the top of the staircase. Her nightgown hung loose and stained, fabric clinging to her frame like it had never dried. The pattern was floral, faded pastels from decades ago, the kind my mother wore in old photographs. Her feet were bare. They left dark prints on the burgundy runner. She looked at me and smiled. "We've been watching you," she said. Her voice was soft, familiar, like a neighbor you'd known for years. Every night with your little coffee tray. My throat closed. I tried to step back, but the marble counter pressed cold against my spine. 6 trips to room 12, she continued, descending 1 step at a time. "Same order, same time, you never looked at us once." Another figure emerged from the hallway behind her. A man. His skin had the gray-green pallor of something pulled from deep water, clothes hanging heavy and soaked. He nodded at me like we'd just been introduced at a cocktail party. "Welcome to the Ashmont," he said. The smell hit me then, mildew and old perfume mixed with the bergamot that always clung to the lobby air. But underneath, something else, something wrong. They moved closer, not threatening, just present. "You're the newest one," the woman said gently. And that's when I understood what they truly meant by welcome. I ran, my footsteps echoed down the corridor, multiplied, became a dozen sets of boots pounding carpet. I didn't look back, couldn't. The front doors glowed ahead, brass handles, frosted glass, escape. I hit the doors hard. Cold metal burned my palms. They swung open to bergamot air and marble tile. The lobby, the same lobby, behind me now, ahead of me simultaneously. No, I'd run straight. I tried again. Pushed through the doors, felt autumn wind on my face for half a breath. Then bergamot, then marble under my boots. The brass bell sat on the counter, gleaming, mocking. Third time, fourth. Each time the doors opened to the place I'd just left. The hallways then, service corridors, loading dock. I ran until my legs ached with remembered exhaustion. The second floor hallway stretched before me, impossibly long. Room 7, room 9, room 7 again. The numbers repeated like a stutter. Room 12 appeared on both sides of the hall simultaneously. What would you do when every door leads back to the cage? But the real horror was waiting at the front desk. The guest book lay open, old leather, pages yellowed and swollen with decades of humidity. I'd signed guests in and out 1,000 times, never really looked at the entries before mine. I looked now. Oh, oh God, my name, Ian Hollies, Ian Hollies, Ian Hollies. Hundreds of times, thousands. Signatures marching back through the pages. 1998 in confident script. 1973 in careful printing. 1952 in fountain pen loops that bled through the paper. The handwriting changed, decade after decade. Different hands, different lives, but always, always the same name. The hotel wasn't just trapping me, it was erasing who I'd been, replacing me, making me into every porter who'd ever died here. And I could feel it happening, my memories blurring at the edges, my signature already shifting into something that wasn't quite mine anymore. The pain came back first, not all at once, in fragments, like glass breaking in slow motion, each shard catching light before it falls. I stood at the front desk, staring at my name written in 100 different hands, and my chest tightened. The same tightness, the one I'd ignored. It happened. When, 1 week ago, maybe longer, time felt slippery here like water through my fingers. I remembered the beginning of my shift, clocking in, the usual routine. Coffee at 3 a.m. for room 12, but before that, oh God, before that, my chest had ached, sharp, insistent, like something twisting between my ribs. I'd ignored it. Of course I did. Have you ever been so tired you can't tell the difference between exhaustion and dying? The memory surfaced clearer now. I'd taken a break, just 5 minutes. Told myself I needed air, but the hotel didn't have air. Only the stale bergamot smell mixing with something metallic. Copper old pennies. I'd climbed the stairwell, hand pressed to my chest, counting breaths. 1, 2, 3. The landing on the 3rd floor. I sat on the top step. Cold concrete through my uniform. My heartbeat thundered in my ears. Too fast, too loud, like fists pounding a locked door from the inside. But what I remembered next, that's when the truth began to surface. The dizziness hit without warning. The walls tilted. I tried to stand, but my legs weren't mine anymore. They buckled. I reached for the railing. Missed. My body lurched forward. Time stretched. I watched my hand grasp at empty air. Then the impact. My head struck the railing. A sound like wood splitting. Pain bloomed across my skull, white-hot and absolute. I tasted metal, blood flooding my mouth, coating my teeth, sliding down my throat. The world flipped. Ceiling became floor. Floor became darkness. And I fell through the nothing, fell through time itself, until I woke up at the front desk, clipboard in hand, ready to start my shift. Except, did I wake up, or did the hotel wake me? Did it breathe life back into my lungs just to trap me in its walls? I touched my head now. No wound, no blood, but I remembered the wetness, the warmth spreading beneath my skull. The way my vision narrowed to a pinpoint, then vanished completely. I died on those stairs. I died. And then I worked my shift. The guest book lay open before me. My signatures stared back. Different hands, different years. 53, 73, 98. They all remembered this moment too. They all stood here piecing together their deaths, realizing the hotel had already written their ending. The lobby clock ticked backward. Once, twice. I looked up at the stairwell door, and that's when I understood. I'd been climbing those stairs every night, replaying my death over and over, thinking it was routine. I took the stairs two at a time back to room 12. The worn carpet muffled my footsteps, but the old wood beneath still groaned under my weight. My hand trembled as I reached for the door. It opened before I could knock. The guest stood there in his robe, holding that familiar cup of black coffee. Steam rose between us, carrying the bitter smell that had marked every delivery for 6 nights. "You," I said, my voice cracked. "Tell me what this is." He stepped aside, gestured me in. The room was cold, colder than any room should be. I crossed the threshold and the door closed behind me with a soft click that sounded too final. "Sit," he said. "I'll stand." He smiled, tired, sad. I said the same thing 3 weeks ago. My chest tightened. "What do you mean?" "I was you." He set the coffee cup on the nightstand, his hands. I recognized the scar on his left thumb, the one I got from a broken luggage clasp 2 years ago. I delivered coffee to this room every night at 3 a.m. I found my body in the stairwell. I read the guest book, all of it. But what he said next would strip away the last thread of hope I was clinging to. He turned to face me fully, and the shadows in the room seemed to shift. His features blurred at the edges, then sharpened again. My own face stared back at me, older, more hollow, but unmistakably mine. "No," I whispered. "That's not." "This hotel keeps us," he said, and his voice was my voice, just worn down by weeks of speaking these same words. "We serve forever. You delivered coffee to me because I was you 3 weeks ago. Now you become the guest. The next porter will serve you. The cycle continues." I stepped back, hit the wall. The floral wallpaper felt damp under my palms. Can you imagine discovering your future is nothing but an endless loop of the worst night of your life? "The hotel feeds on us," he continued. His eyes, my eyes, held decades of exhaustion. "It takes everything we sacrificed. All those missed lunches, all those ignored warning signs, every time we chose work over living." He moved closer. "It turns devotion into fuel." The room seemed to tighten around me, the walls breathing in as I tried to breathe out. And that's when I understood what being trapped truly meant. "No," I hurled the coffee cup against the wall. Porcelain exploded, a sharp crack that rang through room 12 like a gunshot. The guest didn't flinch, he just watched me with those tired eyes that were somehow mine, 3 weeks older, 3 weeks deeper into this nightmare. "I'm not you," I said, my voice shook. "I won't become you." "You already are," the walls groaned. Not like settling wood or old pipes, like breathing. I turned, ran, out into the hallway where the carpet smelled like bergamot and mildew and something bitter I couldn't name. My shoes pounded against the floor, but the sound came back wrong, delayed by half a heartbeat, like the building was tasting each step before releasing it. Every door I passed had a brass plaque. "Room 12. Room 12." Room 12. I stopped, spun around, behind me, the same. Identical doors stretched in both directions, fading into darkness that the hallway lights couldn't touch. Can you imagine? Every room the same, every number a lie. But what I saw when I opened the first door made my breath stop entirely. My uniform hung in the closet. Navy blazer, brass name tag, Ian Holly's night porter. The fabric swayed though no air moved. I slammed the door. Tried the next one. Same closet, same uniform, same name tag catching the light. Behind me, porcelain scraped against carpet. I turned slowly. The coffee stain from room 12 was spreading, crawling across the hallway floor like spilled ink. No, like blood, dark and wet and wrong. It moved toward me with purpose, tendrils reaching, and the smell, oh God, the smell wasn't coffee anymore. It was copper, metallic. The taste of it filled my mouth even though I hadn't touched it. The walls shifted inward. An inch, then another. Ian, my name whispered from behind every door. A dozen voices, 100, all mine, all slightly different. Ian Holly's. Ian, Ian. The hallway compressed. The doors multiplied. My reflection appeared in brass plaques that hadn't been polished in decades, fractured into countless versions of the same exhausted face. I pressed my hands against the walls to push back, but the wallpaper felt warm, pulse-like. The floral pattern seemed to writhe under my palms, and I realized with creeping horror that I could feel the building around me. Or was it inside me? My name tag, the one still pinned to my chest, grew hot against my skin. The stain reached my shoes, soaked through the leather. Cold seeped into my bones, but the name tag burned hotter, branding me, claiming me. The whispers grew louder, layering over each other until they weren't words anymore. Just a single sustained note that vibrated through my skull. I wasn't wearing the uniform anymore. I was the uniform. I was the carpet and the doors and the brass fixtures and the coffee stain spreading through the veins of the hotel like poison. My thoughts scattered across 24 rooms. I could feel guests sleeping in beds I'd never seen. Feel the weight of their dreams pressing down through floorboards that were somehow my ribs, my spine, my no. No, I bit down on my tongue, tasted blood, real blood, my blood. The pain anchored me for one desperate moment, but the hotel was patient, and it had been hungry for so very long. I became the basement, not walked down, not discovered. The memory flooded through me like water through pipes, because I was the pipes now, the walls, the foundation. The hotel's history poured into my fractured consciousness, and I couldn't close my eyes against it. Mildew, sharp and wet in my throat. Or did I still have a throat? The records room materialized around me. Concrete floor. Metal shelving units lined with ledgers, their spines cracked and faded. A single bulb swung overhead, though no breeze stirred the air. The cold pressed against me, into me, through me. My hands, translucent, barely there, reached for the nearest ledger. The leather binding felt distant, like touching something through plastic wrap. I pulled it open. Dust rose, smelling of old paper and ink that had turned brown decades ago. Employee records, night shift. The dates made my stomach drop, or the memory of having a stomach. 1952, Edward Holly's night porter, last seen March 14th, vanished during shift, body never recovered. I turned the page. 1973, Daniel Holly's night porter disappeared April 9th. Stairwell, third floor, heart failure suspected. My fingers trembled. The pages felt like skin. 1998. Michael Holly's night porter, found deceased. Can you imagine? Seeing your name over and over, different first names, but always Holly's, always night porter, always the stairwell. The pattern screamed at me. Every 15 to 25 years. Same shift, same death. All of them overworked, exhausted. The hotel notes were clinical. Excessive overtime, refused vacation, ignored health warnings. The hotel hunted us. It found men who sacrificed everything for work, who replaced human connection with routine, who poured themselves into service until there was nothing left. But what I found on the final page shattered everything I thought I understood about time. The ledger from 1952 lay open before me. At the bottom, beneath Edward Holly's termination record, a signature line for personnel acknowledgement. The handwriting was mine, not similar, not close. Mine. The same loop on the capital, the same compressed age. The signature I'd written on time cards for 3 years. Ian Holly's. March 15th, 1952. I staggered back. The ledger slipped from my hands, but it didn't fall. It hovered, pages fluttering in that impossible breeze. I hadn't died 6 days ago. I had been here for 73 years. 73 years, I stopped fighting. What would you do? I'd been dead longer than I'd been alive. The Ashmont didn't trap me. It became me. I became it. At 3 in the morning, I prepared the coffee. My hands moved through the ritual without thought. Black, no sugar. The bitter smell of burnt grounds filled the break room like incense at a funeral. Steam curled upward in the cold air. The cup warmed my palms, the first real heat I'd felt in days. Or decades. I carried it through the hallways. Each step echoed. The carpet runner muffled nothing. My shoes struck hardwood like nails in a coffin. Room numbers blurred past. 4, 7, 9, I didn't need to count. My body knew the path. Room 12 waited at the end. The door stood open, just a crack. Yellow light spilled into the hallway like something alive. I paused at the threshold. Inside, I couldn't see walls. Couldn't see floor, just that light. Infinite and empty and patient. But what I understood then changed everything. The hotel didn't want to destroy me. It wanted me to serve. Forever. This was my purpose. The only thing I'd ever been good at. Reliability, sacrifice, showing up when no one else would. I stepped inside. The light swallowed me whole, warm, suffocating. The door clicked shut behind me with the soft finality of a held breath released. Downstairs, a young man clocked in for his first shift. Night porter. Ashmont Hotel. He smoothed his uniform, checked his name tag twice. Wanted to make a good impression. Needed this job, would prove himself. Wouldn't complain. Wouldn't call in sick. The phone rang. He answered, professional, eager, room 12, black coffee, 3 a.m. exactly. He smiled, easy enough. He could do that. Pump 3 clicked on at exactly 2:14 a.m. I looked up from the register, squinting through the bulletproof glass. The fluorescent island lights buzzed overhead, but the pump stood alone. No car, no truck, just empty pavement and the nozzle rising by itself, slow and deliberate, like someone had gripped the handle. The numbers started rolling. 0.01, 0.02, gallons climbing in perfect rhythm. I pressed my face closer to the window. The air outside shimmered near the pump, exhaust fumes, thick and wavering, catching the sickly yellow light. That acrid gasoline smell seeped through the door seals, burning the back of my throat. But there was nothing there. What would you do? Stay inside where it's safe or go look? I pushed through the door. The night air hit me first, cold, way too cold for August. My breath fogged. The pump kept dispensing, the mechanical click, click, click cutting through the silence like a heartbeat. I walked across the lot, gravel crunching under my boots, and stopped 3 feet from pump 3. The asphalt felt wrong. I crouched down, touched the pavement with my palm. Warm. Not just warm, hot, like something heavy had been sitting there, engine running, baking heat into the ground. The dark stain spread in 2 perfect rectangles. Tire marks. But what I felt next made my stomach drop. I reached for the nozzle. My fingers closed around the handle. Ice. Not cool metal. Ice. The kind that burns your skin on contact, that makes your bones ache. I yanked my hand back, and that's when I heard it. An engine, idling close, right where nothing stood. My mind raced back to how it started. 4 nights ago, the register chimed at 2:14. 220s slid across the counter. Cash. Pump 3. The man's voice had been muffled through the bulletproof glass, swallowed by the hum of flickering fluorescence overhead. I'd hit the button to activate the pump without looking up, muscle memory after 6 months of graveyard shifts. When I finally glanced at the monitor, the lot was empty. I blinked, rubbed my eyes. The screen showed pump 3's nozzle hanging in its cradle. But the counter was already rolling. 2 gallons, 3. Numbers climbing in that steady digital crawl. I pressed my face closer to the glass. Nothing. Just asphalt and moths circling the vapor lights. The coffee smell from the burnt pot behind me suddenly seemed too strong, almost metallic. I grabbed the flashlight and pushed through the door, feeling the cold bite of the metal handle against my palm, odd for August. Outside, silence pressed against my eardrums. I walked the entire lot, checked behind the dumpster, circled the building twice. My footsteps echoed too loud in the stillness. Can you imagine that? Being completely alone but feeling watched. The pump kept going. 8 gallons, 10, 12. Then it stopped. Click. I stood there breathing hard, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, and saw nothing. Nobody. The nozzle hung perfectly still in its cradle like it had never moved. But the register showed 12 gallons dispensed. 8 minutes exactly. I logged it as a system glitch. What else could I do? I went back inside, locked the door, and told myself equipment fails sometimes. Old stations, old wiring. What I didn't know yet was that it would happen again the next night, and the night after that, always at 2:14, always pump 3. 3 nights, same time, same pump. The security monitor's glow turned my skin blue as I scrolled backward through footage for the 4th time, the smell of burnt coffee thick enough to taste. 2:14 a.m. There. Pump 3 clicks on. The nozzle rises. Numbers roll on the display. But the frame shows nothing except empty pavement slicked with dew and the faint shimmer of exhaust that shouldn't exist. I rewound again. The hum of the hard drive filled the cramped booth, rhythmic and hypnotic. My eyes burned. Sleep wasn't coming anyway. It never did anymore. What would you do if reality kept breaking in the exact same spot every night? I leaned closer, paused, the timestamp flickered, just for a frame, maybe two. The numbers wavered like heat distortion, and beneath them I saw a truck. My finger slammed the pause button. There. A dark pickup F-Series, maybe 10 years old. A man's silhouette behind the wheel. The image quality looked wrong, grainy in a way our digital system shouldn't produce, like it had been copied from something older. But what I found in the metadata made my hands go cold. The recording date, August 14th, 6 years ago. I pulled out my phone with shaking hands, typed Highway 52 fatal crash into the search bar, and watched the results load. The fluorescent lights above me flickered once, twice. A single article appeared from the local paper. Fatal single vehicle accident, 2 miles south. August 14th. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. 8 minutes after the pump activated. 8 minutes that stretched between whatever was happening outside and the moment a man named Roy Tennant died on impact at Dead Man's Bend. And I suddenly understood that the impossible transaction wasn't ending at pump 3. It was only just beginning there. I waited outside at 2:13 a.m. The asphalt still held the day's heat beneath my boots, but the air around pump 3 felt different. Wrong. Colder than it should be in August. I stood 3 feet from the nozzle cradle, watching the digital display sit dark and dormant. My phone screen glowed 2:13 and 42 seconds. The nearest streetlight flickered once, twice, then steadied. Knowing Roy Tennant died 6 years ago changed nothing about what happened here every night. The pump would activate. The numbers would roll, and I'd proven something was there, something that left warm tire impressions and made exhaust fumes shimmer in empty air. But knowing it wasn't a glitch made standing here feel different. My heartbeat pulsed in my throat. The pines beyond the lot whispered, though the air had gone completely still. Can you imagine waiting for a ghost? For something you can't see but know is coming. 2:14 a.m. The pump clicked on with that familiar mechanical snap. Numbers appeared on the display. 0.0. The nozzle lifted from its cradle, smooth, deliberate, and angled toward pavement as if gripped by invisible hands. I stepped forward. The temperature dropped so fast my skin prickled. The smell of gasoline flooded my nose, but sweeter somehow, like it had been mixed with something floral and rotting. I reached toward where the nozzle hung suspended in midair, my fingers trembling. Contact. Oh, it wasn't metal I touched. Resistance pushed back against my palm, soft, yielding like pressing into cold gelatin. The texture felt organic. Wrong. I pushed harder and felt the shape of fingers wrapped around the pump handle, their grip solid but distant, separated from mine by something thicker than air but thinner than glass. The pump stopped. Numbers froze at 0.3 gallons. My breath fogged in front of my face despite the summer heat, and I realized with creeping certainty that whatever was here hadn't left. It had simply stopped moving. The silence pressed against my eardrums. The pines had gone completely quiet. Even the distant hum of the refrigeration unit inside the station had ceased. And that's when I felt it. The unmistakable weight of being watched. The scorch marks appeared overnight. I stepped outside at sunset to check the lot, and there they were. black streaks radiating from pump 3 like something had burned from the inside out. The asphalt hadn't melted. It had charred. The pattern was wrong, too deliberate. 5 lines, each about a foot long, arranged like fingers clawing outward. The smell hit me when I crouched down. Burnt rubber, yes, but underneath something sharper, metallic, like ozone after lightning strikes too close. I touched the nearest mark. Cold. Can you imagine finding that? Proof that whatever I'd felt the night before had left something behind. But that wasn't the worst of it. I went back inside and tried to focus on inventory. Tried to pretend the marks were tire skids or oil stains. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, their rhythm slightly off. I kept glancing at the clock. 2:09, 2:10, 2:11. At 2:14 exactly, the register drawer opened. No warning click, no mechanical whir, just slid out smooth and silent like someone had pressed the release. 2 $20 bills lifted from inside, lifted, I swear, and drifted onto the counter. I didn't move. Couldn't. Then I heard it. Boots. Heavy soles on pavement outside, moving slow and deliberate toward the door. But when I looked through the bulletproof glass, the lot was empty. The sound kept coming. Closer, heel, toe, the security monitor flickered. What I saw next made my blood freeze. A shadowed figure filled the screen, tall, broad shoulders, moving toward the door with the same measured steps I'd been hearing. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., present time, but the angle was wrong. The camera showed the exterior door, and I was staring right at it, seeing nothing but empty darkness beyond the glass. I waited until the fluorescent stopped buzzing before I moved. My phone screen glowed cold against my palm as I pulled up the county traffic database. The burnt coffee smell had turned my stomach sour, but I needed answers more than I needed fresh air. Highway 52, fatal collision, August 14th. 6 years back, the search loaded slow, pixel by pixel, and there it was, Roy Tennant, age 41. Truck driver out of Millbrook. Single vehicle accident at Dead Man's Bend, 2 miles south of Crossroads gas station. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. Cause, lost control after swerving to avoid debris in roadway. Died on impact. I read the name 3 times. Roy, the invisible customer at Pump 3, had a name now. Had a life, had an ending, but something about the report felt incomplete. I clicked through to the supplemental files. There was a photo, grainy, pixelated, taken by the state trooper at the scene. The guardrail bent inward like a broken rib. Glass scattered across asphalt that looked wet under the camera flash. And in the ditch, I didn't look too close at that part. The next document made my breath catch. Emergency contact. Alina Tennant, wife. The address listed was 18 miles north of the station. 18 miles past where Roy had stopped for gas, which meant he was heading home, heading to her. And then I saw the annotation at the bottom of the report, handwritten in blue ink. Victim, unaware spouse deceased at time of collision. Alina Tennant, age 39, pronounced dead at Mercy Hospice at 12:09 a.m. same date. 2 hours. 2 hours before Roy's truck left the road. Can you imagine? Rushing home through the night, stopping for gas because you're running on fumes. Every second feeling like theft because she's waiting and you promised you'd be there. You pump 12 gallons in 8 minutes, not a second more than necessary, and you think you still have time. But you don't. She's already gone, and you'll never know. Because in 8 minutes, you'll hit that curve going 70, and the last thought in your head will be her name. I set the phone down. My hand was shaking. The fluorescence hummed overhead, and somewhere outside, I heard an engine idling that wasn't there. Roy wasn't haunting pump 3. He was still trying to finish the fill-up, still trying to get home, still believing she was alive, still trapped in those 8 minutes before the world ended. And what I'd felt through the frosted air when I reached for him wasn't anger. It was desperation. But what I didn't understand yet, what the crash report couldn't tell me, was why he'd come back to me. I knew his story now. I knew what drove him through the dark that night 6 years ago. But knowing didn't prepare me for what happened at 2:14. The floor trembled beneath my feet. A low vibration rolled through the concrete like distant thunder trapped underground. I pressed my palms against the counter, felt it shudder again, harder this time. Through the window, pump 3 roared to life. Gasoline erupted from the nozzle, not a trickle but a torrent. It splashed onto empty pavement in thick, violent streams. The stench hit me through the glass door, but something was wrong with it. Not the sharp chemical bite I'd smelled 1,000 times before. This was sweet, rotting sweet, like flowers left too long in a closed room. And then I saw them, boot prints forming in the pooling fuel. One, then another. Heavy treads pressing into liquid, leaving perfect impressions that shouldn't exist. What would you do? Would you stay inside where the glass feels safe, or step out to face what's making those prints? I didn't get to choose. The door slammed open, hinges screaming, and freezing air poured into the store. My coffee cup skittered across the counter, slid, tipped, shattered on the floor behind me. The cold wasn't just cold, it ached. It burned. My breath came out in thick white clouds despite the August heat still clinging to the night outside. The register screen flickered. Green text crawled across black. Help me. But what came next made every hair on my neck stand rigid. The fluorescent lights buzzed once, twice, and died. Darkness swallowed the station whole, and in that absolute black I heard breathing that wasn't mine. The lights flickered back on, one by one, each fluorescent tube buzzing louder than it should. The breathing stopped. I stood frozen behind the counter, my hand still gripping the edge where the register had displayed that message. The metal felt warm now. No, hot. I pulled my fingers away and saw condensation beading on the surface, impossible in the freezing air that still hung around me like fog. The door was closed again. The boot prints in the gasoline outside had vanished. But I couldn't stay there. Not in that silence. Not with the smell of something floral and wrong mixing with diesel fumes. I needed to understand what Roy Tennant wanted, what he'd been trying to tell me for 6 nights straight. The lost and found box sat in the back storage room, untouched for years. Carl never threw anything away, just shoved it all into a plastic tub behind the mop bucket. I'd walked past it 100 times without looking twice. Now I dragged it into the flickering light and pried off the dusty lid. Sunglasses, a child's toy truck, somebody's work glove stiff with age, and beneath those, a photograph. The edges were warped, water damaged maybe, but the image was clear enough. A man and woman stood in front of this very station. The neon sign glowed behind them, brighter than newer. She was laughing, her head tilted against his shoulder. He looked at her like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. I recognized his face from the crash report photo. Roy Tennant, younger, alive. The back of the photo had a date scrawled in blue ink, August 10th, 6 years ago, 4 days before he died. What you're holding. Can you imagine keeping that moment in your pocket while everything fell apart? But the real discovery came when I turned the photo over again and noticed something in the background. Roy's truck, parked at pump 3, and in the truck bed, barely visible, a cardboard box. I squinted. The photo was small, grainy, but I could make out text on the side, Mercy General Pharmacy. My stomach dropped. I pulled up the crash report on my phone again, scrolling past the details I'd memorized. Cause of accident, swerving to avoid debris. Time of death, 2:22 a.m. And then, a note I'd skimmed before. Personal effects recovered from vehicle, clothing, wallet, medication bottles expired. Medication bottles. He wasn't just coming home. He was bringing something to her, something she needed. And he'd stopped here at 2:14 a.m., 8 minutes before the crash, to fill up so he wouldn't have to stop again, so he could get to her faster. I pressed my palms against my eyes. The fluorescence hummed overhead. My breath came shallow. Roy didn't know she was already gone. He died thinking he still had time. And now he was trapped in those 8 minutes, forever filling the tank, forever thinking he could still save her. I lowered my hands. And that's when I saw it. The security monitor flickering again. The timestamp read 2:14 a.m., but the date was wrong. 6 years in the future. And the figure on the screen standing at pump 3 wasn't Roy. It was me. I spent 3 hours writing the note. My hand cramped around the pen as I tried to explain what I'd learned. That Alina died at midnight, that Roy never made it home, that 6 years had dissolved into 8 minutes on repeat. The words looked absurd under the fluorescent lights, but I folded the paper anyway and tucked it into my jacket pocket beside the photograph. The clock above the register ticked toward 2 in the morning. I grabbed the photo and stepped outside. The air pressed against my skin, thick and waiting. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon, its shadow stretching toward the tree line. I positioned myself beside it, boots scraping on asphalt still stained darker than the rest of the lot. 2:13. My breath clouded despite the summer humidity. The temperature had dropped 10 degrees in the last minute. I could feel the cold seeping through my shirt, raising goosebumps along my arms. 2:14. The pump clicked on. Can you imagine standing beside something you can't see but know is there? The nozzle lifted by itself, angling toward empty space. Numbers began rolling on the display. I heard the fuel flowing through invisible chambers, smelled gasoline sharp and chemical in the night air. My hands shook as I unfolded the note and placed it on the ground. Then I lifted the photograph, Roy and Alina smiling outside this very station, and reached toward where a hood should be. The photo touched something solid. The air turned glacial. My fingers went numb against the invisible metal. I let go, and the photograph stayed suspended 3 feet off the ground, resting on nothing. The gasoline smell vanished. Roses flooded my senses instead, funeral roses, cloying and sweet, the kind that lined caskets, the kind that marked endings. The nozzle dropped with a metallic clang, and then I saw him. Roy Tennant stood before me, translucent as smoke, shoulders shaking with sobs. His hands covered his face. His mouth moved without sound. For 8 seconds we existed in the same moment, the living and the dead, separated by 6 years and 2 miles of dark highway. Then he looked up at me. His eyes locked onto mine, and something inside them recognized me, not as a stranger, as something else entirely. The recognition in his stare made my blood freeze, because I understood what he saw when he looked at my face. What I didn't understand was why. I went back inside and waited for the next night. The fluorescent lights hummed their usual tune. Coffee burned in the pot. I couldn't taste it anymore. Couldn't taste much of anything after what I'd seen at Pump 3. Roy's face stayed with me, that recognition in his eyes, like he'd known me. At 2:13 a.m. I walked outside. The summer air pressed humid against my skin, but I was shivering anyway. Pump 3 stood silent under the flickering neon. No cold spots, no invisible engines, just empty asphalt and the distant whisper of wind through the pines. 2:14 came and went. The pump stayed dark. I stood there for 20 minutes, waiting for numbers to roll or nozzles to lift. Nothing. Just the ordinary night pressing in from all sides. Relief flooded through me. But underneath it, something else coiled tight in my chest. A feeling I couldn't name. At 2:37, I found the photograph face down on the pavement beneath Pump 3. The edges were charred black, curling inward like petals closing. The center remained intact, Roy and Alina frozen in that moment of joy, her hand on his chest, his eyes only for her. The burned parts crumbled to ash between my fingers, gritty and cold. It worked. Whatever I'd done, it worked. Roy was gone. 3 weeks passed. The nights blurred together, one shift bleeding into the next. Carl never asked why I looked so tired. I stopped logging the incident reports. What would I even say? I'd helped a ghost move on, and now I couldn't sleep because every time I closed my eyes, I saw that look of recognition on a dead man's face. But I didn't understand what I'd seen there. Not yet. On a Thursday night, or maybe it was Friday, I'd lost track. Exhaustion finally won. I slumped forward at the counter around midnight, my head resting on folded arms, just for a minute, just to rest my eyes. I woke to the mechanical click of Pump 3 activating. My neck ached. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer. I blinked at the clock, 2:14 a.m. No, not again. That couldn't be right. I turned toward the security monitor, my hands already cold, breath fogging despite the summer heat that should have been. The screen showed Pump 3. A figure stood there, one hand on the nozzle. The timestamp glowed in the corner. August 14th, 6 years from now. The figure turned toward the camera. I was looking at my own face. My legs gave out. I gripped the counter, staring at myself on that grainy monitor. Same jacket, same hollow eyes. The future version of me stood at Pump 3, filling a tank I couldn't see, trapped in a loop I'd inherited the moment I'd touched Roy's world. The moment he'd recognized me, because he'd seen me before, 6 years before, standing exactly where he'd stood. The pump clicked off. On screen, I watched myself look directly at the camera. My future self mouthed two words, "Help me." The monitor went black. Outside, pump 3 fell silent. But I knew it would activate again tomorrow night. And the night after. And every night for 6 years until some other fool working the graveyard shift decided to investigate. Until they found my photograph. Until they set me free and took my place. The loop didn't end. It just found someone new. And I'd walked right into it. Pen 12 was supposed to be empty. I checked the manifest twice before starting rounds. The clipboard felt heavier than usual in my cold hands. Or maybe that was just the way the night pressed down on everything out here. 10:47. My boots echoed against concrete as I approached the pen, flashlight cutting through the dark. But something stood in the center. A cow. Brown and white patches, completely still, just staring at me. I stopped. The air tasted wrong. Colder here than the other pens, and that didn't make sense. The facility's heating was uniform. I'd worked here 3 years. I knew every sound, every smell, every degree of temperature by heart. The cow didn't move, didn't shift weight or flick its tail. Its eyes caught my flashlight beam and reflected nothing. I glanced down at the manifest again. Pen 12, empty. Scheduled cleaning tomorrow morning. No livestock assigned. So what the hell was I looking at? My breath came out in small clouds as I climbed over the gate. The metal was ice under my palm. Can you imagine that silence? Not even the usual shuffle of hooves from neighboring pens. Just my heartbeat and boots scraping concrete. I got close enough to see the ear tag. The numbers stopped me cold. LEO 4379, my employee ID number. The cow blinked. Once. Slow and deliberate. That's when the smell hit me. Metallic, thick, like copper pennies left in a closed fist too long, like the taste of blood before it reaches your tongue. I'd smelled it before, somewhere, but my mind wouldn't place it. The cow's mouth didn't move, but somewhere behind its eyes, I saw recognition. And that's when I realized it was looking at me the way you'd look at a replacement. I thumbed the radio. "Frank, I need you to check something." Static crackled. Then his voice, bored and tinny. "What's up, Leo?" Pen 12. "The manifest says empty, but there's a cow here." I stared at the animal. It hadn't moved. Hadn't blinked, just watched. "Hold on." Keys clicking in the background. "System shows pen 12's been empty since Monday. No livestock assigned. No tag registered." My throat tightened. "Frank, I'm looking right at it." "You sure you're at 12? The number was painted on the gate, bold, white, 12. "Yeah, I'm sure," he sighed. "Take a picture, send it through." "Good, yes, evidence." I pulled out my phone, hands steadier than they should have been. The camera focused. The cow filled the frame, that metallic smell still thick in the cold air. I snapped the photo. The screen showed bare concrete. I blinked, lowered the phone. The cow stood 3 feet away, massive and silent. Raised the phone again, empty pen, just gray floor and shadows. "Leo," Frank's voice broke through the static. "You send it." "Yeah, it's, my voice felt distant. "Have you ever doubted your own eyes? Wondered if your mind was betraying you?" I clipped the radio, took a step forward. The cow didn't move, didn't react. I reached out slowly, my fingertips trembling as they met the hide. Cold, not cool. Not damp from night air. Cold as freezer meat. as something dead for days. I jerked my hand back, but the cold clung to my fingers, spreading up my wrist like frostbite. The cow's ear tag swayed slightly, my employee number catching the dim overhead light. And then, oh God, then its jaw moved. The jaw moved, and my voice came out. Not a moo, not animal sound, my voice. The same flat Midwest tone I'd heard on voicemails, the one Cheryl said always sounded tired. I've been standing here since March. I stumbled backward. My boot caught the pen rail. The cold metal bit through my jeans, but I barely felt it. The cow's mouth didn't sync with the words. They just emanated from its throat, from the air between us. I collapsed during rounds, it continued, each syllable slow and deliberate. Stroke, right here, right where you're standing now. My hand was still numb from touching its hide. I shoved it into my jacket pocket, squeezed my fingers into a fist. The warmth wouldn't return. 3 days before they found me. Have you ever heard your own voice say something you didn't speak? It's not like hearing a recording. That's just embarrassing, hearing how you really sound. This was violation. Someone wearing my vocal cords like a costume. I shook my head. No, this was. What? Exhaustion. Carbon monoxide from the truck. I'd skipped dinner. Low blood sugar. Something rational. Something fixable. But that metallic smell thickened in my nostrils. Copper and rot. The scent memory of the meat locker when the generator died last July. You're not real, I whispered. The cow blinked. Once, slowly, its massive head tilted, almost sympathetic. My radio crackled to life. Frank's voice cut through the static. Leo, you copy, finishing my rounds in the east wing. Heading your way, I grabbed the radio. Frank, stay on the line, I need. But the transmission ended. Just dead air and the hiss of an open channel. Footsteps. Heavy boots on concrete. The familiar rhythm of Frank's bowligid gate echoing from the corridor. Relief flooded my chest. Frank. Solid, practical Frank who'd worked here 20 years. He'd see this. Confirm I wasn't losing my mind. We'd call animal control, figure out how something this size got in, laugh about it next week over coffee. The footsteps grew louder. I turned toward the corridor entrance. Frank, over here, pen 12. You gotta see, Frank appeared under the overhead light. 58 years old, thermos in one hand, clipboard tucked under his arm. His breath fogged in the cold air. He walked right past me, not around me, past me. His eyes swept the pen, landed on the empty space where I stood and continued moving. No recognition, no pause. Frank, I shouted. My voice bounced off the concrete walls. He kept walking, boots scuffing, humming something under his breath. Some old country song he always hummed. I lunged forward, reached for his shoulder. My hand passed through empty air. He was already 10 feet away, turning the corner toward the south pens. The radio crackled again. Frank's voice. East wing clear. Pen 12 clear, moving to loading docks. I stood there, radio hanging from my belt. My breath should have been fogging like his. It wasn't. I raised my hand to my mouth, exhaled hard, watched for the white vapor. Nothing. The cow watched me with patient, knowing eyes. And when it spoke again in my stolen voice, I finally understood why the air had grown so cold. The cow spoke again in my voice. Check your pulse. I pressed 2 fingers against my left wrist, pushed harder. The skin felt room temperature, no colder, like touching raw chicken from the back of the fridge. I shifted my grip, searching for the familiar throb beneath the surface. Nothing. I tried my neck, pressed until my fingertips ached or should have ached. The pressure registered as information, not sensation, like watching someone else get touched through a screen. No pulse, no heartbeat. I stood there in pen 12, fingers jammed against my carotid artery, and felt absolutely nothing moving inside me. Have you ever tried to find your own heartbeat and failed? The panic that floods through you, except I felt no flood, no adrenaline spike, just silence. The absence where my body's rhythm should have been. I exhaled hard, watching for fog. The cold air stayed clear. My chest rose and fell, habit, muscle memory, but nothing came out. I was breathing the way you move your legs in a dream, the motion without the function. Cheryl kissed me goodbye at 8:45. I remembered the warmth of her lips, the coffee smell on her breath. She'd adjusted my collar, her fingertips brushing my neck. Had she noticed then? Had my skin already felt wrong to her touch? I looked down at my left hand. My wedding ring hung loose on my finger, too loose. I'd worn that band for 19 years, snug enough to leave an indent. Now it twisted freely, the gold dull under the fluorescent lights. I pulled it off. It slid away with no resistance, and underneath, my finger showed no tan line at all. But the skin beneath looked thin, translucent. I could see the shape of bone through it like wax paper wrapped around wire. I stared at the bone beneath my skin, translucent as wax paper. Russell Payne. The cow's voice, my voice, broke through my paralysis. I looked up. Its dark eyes held something I recognized now. Resignation. That was my name, it said. Before pen 12. The metallic smell thickened. My stomach turned, though I couldn't feel hunger anymore. Couldn't feel much of anything except the cold radiating from the concrete beneath my boots. You had the stroke 20 minutes ago. The cow didn't blink. 10:47 p.m., right behind me, where you're standing. I stepped back. The concrete felt wrong under my feet. Too solid. Too real for someone who wasn't breathing. You're on the ground in pen 12 right now. The cow's jaw moved with my cadence, my Nebraska drawl. I'm watching you die. No, your phone's 3 feet from your hand. You tried to reach it. Couldn't. The air pressure changed. Or maybe I just finally noticed the silence, how the usual hum of the facility had vanished. How isolated pen 12 really was. Can you imagine standing in a place where sound just stops? Tomorrow at dawn I'll be free. The cow shifted its weight. Hooves scraped concrete. You'll replace me. The words didn't make sense, couldn't make sense. That's not, my voice cracked. I'm standing here, I'm talking to you. For now, run. Every instinct screamed it. I turned, boots pounding concrete. The exit corridor stretched ahead, fluorescent lights buzzing, the first sound I'd heard in minutes. My legs moved but felt distant, like borrowed limbs. Behind me, that metallic smell grew stronger, and ahead, oh God, ahead the corridor was turning back. The corridor opened back to pen 12. I stopped, gasped. My legs buckled beneath me, but I didn't fall. I just stood there swaying. The metallic smell wrapped around my throat like a fist. There, on the concrete, me. I was lying on my side, one arm stretched out, fingers curled toward nothing. My eyes were open, staring at the wall. My mouth hung slack, a thin line of drool connecting my cheek to the floor. The phone lay 3 feet away, screen still glowing. 10:51 p.m. 4 minutes. 4 minutes since I'd found the cow. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. No, wait, I wasn't breathing anyway. Was I? My chest didn't rise. Didn't fall, just still. Boots echoed down the corridor. Frank. I spun toward the sound, relief flooding through me. Frank would see. Frank would call someone. Frank would. He walked right past. His flashlight beam swept across the pen, across my body, across my open eyes. He didn't pause, didn't slow. The boots kept their steady rhythm, fading toward the loading dock. Frank, I screamed. Frank, I'm right here. The sound that came out. Oh God. Oh God, it wasn't my voice. It was low, guttural. A drawn-out moo that vibrated in my chest and rattled my teeth. I pressed my hands to my throat, choking on the sound. My hands. I stared down at them. The fingers were thinner, longer. The wedding ring hung loose on my fourth finger, slipping toward the knuckle. The skin looked waxy, pale, like it was already starting to forget what human flesh should look like. What would you do if your body started erasing you piece by piece, and you were still aware enough to watch it happen? I ran. My boots hammered concrete, echoing off metal gates and empty pens. The exit corridor stretched ahead. 50 feet, 40, 30. Cold air bit my face. I could smell diesel from the parking lot, rain on asphalt. Freedom. Just through that door. I hit the push bar hard. The door swung open, and I stumbled back into pen 12. Concrete walls, the metallic stench. Russell standing center, watching me with those flat cow eyes. The corridor behind me led, backward, to where I just come from. No, I spun and ran again. Same hallway, same distance. I counted my steps this time, 53. The door opened onto pen 12. Russell hadn't moved. My corpse still lay 3 feet from the gate, phone screen dark now. Third time, fourth. The hallway never changed. My legs ached. Or did they? Could I even feel pain anymore? What would you do? Keep running. Keep hoping the next door would be different. I grabbed a metal bucket from pen 14, hurled it at the office window. Glass exploded outward in a glittering spray. Sharp edges jutted from the frame like teeth. I punched through them, felt pressure, but no pain, no warmth spreading down my wrist. I pulled my hand back and stared at the pale skin. Clean, uncut, nothing. 7 months I tried. Russell's voice, my voice, drifted from pen 12. He stood at the gate now, massive head lowered. Every window, every door, every wall. He exhaled, breath steaming in the cold. You can't leave until replacement comes. The word hung there, replacement. And somewhere beyond these walls, someone was filling out an application. Someone who didn't know pen 12 was waiting. Replacement. That word cracked something open in my skull. March, cold morning. The memory surfaced like a body rising from deep water. I'd been the one to find him. Russell Payne, I remembered now. Day shift supervisor called me at 6 in the morning, 3 hours past end of watch. Russell never clocked out, didn't answer his phone. I drove back in dawn light, keys jangling against my hip. Pen 12 gate was locked from the outside. I'd opened it myself. The padlock was cold. So cold my fingers stuck to the metal. The smell hit me before I saw him. Metallic, sharp. like sucking on a penny while standing in a freezer. Russell lay center pen, face down, one arm stretched toward his phone 3 feet away. The concrete around him was darker, not blood, just wrong. His night shift jacket was twisted halfway up his back like he'd been crawling. Can you imagine finding that, your coworker? 3 days rotting in an empty pen nobody checks except during auctions. I'd called 911, waited by the gate, didn't go closer, couldn't. The smell wrapped around my throat like hands. They said stroke, instantaneous. Poor bastard probably didn't suffer, but I knew. Oh God, I knew now. Russell had been standing there the whole time, watching me discover his corpse, watching the EMTs bag him, watching Frank update the schedule with position vacant. That metallic smell clung to my uniform for days. I pressed my wrist against my nose now, breath deep. There it was, copper, decay. The scent of meat left too long in a locked pen. I smelled like death, because I was death. And 5 a.m. was only hours away. The clock above the office door read 4:53 a.m. Russell stood in the center of pen 12, but something about him looked thinner, like fog burning off in morning sun. His edges wavered. When he shifted his weight, I could see through his shoulder to the concrete wall behind. My hands trembled. No, not trembled, something else. The fingers felt swollen, the knuckles stiff and wrong. I flexed them and heard a sound like wet leather stretching. "It's starting," Russell said. His voice came from far away now, an echo down a long tunnel. I looked down at my body. My uniform shirt stretched tight across my chest. Too tight. The fabric strained at seams that had fit perfectly 8 hours ago. My spine ached with a deep, grinding pressure, as though something was compressing each vertebra, forcing them to bend in directions they were never meant to go. Can you imagine feeling your own skeleton betray you? I dropped to my knees in the dirt outside pen 12. The impact should have hurt. It didn't. My kneecaps met the ground with a dull, distant thud. I pressed my palms flat against the cold earth and tried to breathe, tried to remember what breathing felt like. "Write it," I gasped, to myself, to anyone. Write a warning, my boot. I could drag it through the dirt, leave a message for whoever came next. I scraped my heel in long, deliberate lines. DANG, each letter took forever. My leg felt heavier with every stroke, the ankle joint grinding like rusted hinges. ER. The dirt was loose and dark, the letters clear against the pale concrete edge. There, 7 letters, 1 word. I stared at them for 3 seconds. The dirt shifted, smoothed itself, like invisible hands brushing it flat. The letters faded, no, not faded, erased, pulled back into the earth as though they'd never existed. "I tried that too," Russell said. His voice was barely a whisper now. 17 different ways. It won't let you warn them. My spine bent further. I felt my ribcage expanding, the bones spreading outward. My shirt tore along the back seam with a soft, ripping sound that seemed obscenely loud in the pre-dawn silence. Think about the last time your body felt like your own. Hold that memory. Because mine was slipping away and I couldn't, the side door clanged open. Boots on concrete. Heavy, familiar rhythm. Frank's walk. I'd heard it 1,000 times during shift changes. "Leo," his voice carried across the empty pens. "You still here, buddy?" I tried to stand. My legs wouldn't straighten. The knees bent backward now, just slightly, just enough to make standing upright impossible. I crawled toward the sound of his footsteps, my hands scraping against the concrete. "Frank!" I tried to shout. My throat produced a low, guttural sound. Not words, not human. His boots passed 10 feet away. I could see him through the gaps in the pen rails, coffee thermos in one hand, clipboard in the other. His eyes swept across pen 12, across my body, the one still lying on the floor where I'd collapsed 7 hours ago. He didn't stop walking. "Leo," he called again, louder now, annoyed. "Your truck's still out front." He pulled his phone from his belt, pressed it to his ear, and 3 feet from my dead hand, my phone began to ring. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand center of pen 12, exactly where Russell stood, where I found him 7 months ago. My body, this body, smells like copper and rot. The air tastes metallic. I can feel the yellow tag clipped to my ear, swinging slightly when I move my head. 10:47 p.m. Boots echo down the corridor. New rhythm, younger gait. I know this sound. The way I used to walk these pens before everything ended. Derek rounds the corner. He's 29, fresh hire. Frank mentioned him during orientation. I remember now, fragments of conversations before my stroke. He carries the same flashlight I used, wears the same navy jacket. He stops, stares. "What the hell?" I try to speak, try to force words through this throat. "Run, leave, don't stay until dawn." What comes out is a low, wet moo. Derek steps closer. His flashlight beam catches my ear tag. I watch his face change confusion to disbelief. He pulls out his phone, snaps a photo, checks the screen. Does he see me, or empty concrete? Pen 12 supposed to be. He scrolls through something, the manifest. Supposed to be empty. He backs away, exactly like I did. Same 3 steps, same angle. I am Russell now. The realization settles like ice water in my chest. I stood here watching Russell, and Russell stood here watching whoever came before him. The cycle doesn't break, it loops. Pen 12 always has a cow. Pen 12 is never empty. Derek's boots retreat down the corridor. I wait. In 7 months, he'll collapse during rounds. In 7 months, I'll watch him transform. In 7 months, I'll fade, and he'll take my place. The facility hums around me. Fluorescent lights buzz overhead. Somewhere, Frank is making coffee in the night office. I blink once. The concrete is cold beneath my hooves. I stand, I wait. The cycle holds. The smell hit me before I even turned the key. Death, or something close to it. That sour sweet rot that burrows into your throat and stays there. Brenda had called it in 3 hours ago, refused to go near the room herself. I didn't blame her. The graveyard shift was mine to own, my penance for avoiding daylight and people who asked questions I couldn't answer. Room 118, ground floor, corner unit. The master key felt heavier than usual. My hand shook just slightly as I slid it into the lock. The metallic click echoed down the empty hallway. I pushed the door open and stopped. The room was empty, bed made, corners tight. No luggage, no guest. The smell should have been overwhelming in here, but it wasn't. It was faint, wrong, like it was coming from inside the walls instead of the air. I stepped inside. The carpet muffled my footsteps. Too quiet. The kind of silence that makes you hold your breath without meaning to. That's when I saw the bathroom mirror. Condensation covered the glass in a thick fog, droplets sliding down in slow trails. But the room was cold, no steam, no shower running. And in the center of that wet surface, someone had traced words with their finger. I'm still checked in. Don't enter after midnight. My pulse hammered in my ears. Who writes a message? In an empty room. I grabbed a towel and wiped the mirror clean. My reflection stared back, pale and exhausted. Just my imagination, I told myself. Just another reason I shouldn't work nights. But what I found when I returned to the front desk would prove that some warnings aren't meant to be ignored. I pulled up the guest log on the computer. Room 118. Occupied. Checked in 13 minutes ago. The name on the screen was mine. My hand hovered over the phone. The receiver felt heavier than it should, cold plastic slick against my palm. Room 118 shouldn't be occupied. The bed was made. The room was empty, but the computer doesn't lie. I dialed the extension. 118. The line clicked open before the first ring finished. No greeting, just breathing, wet, labored like someone drowning on dry land. Hello, my voice cracked. This is the front desk. I need to verify. The breathing stopped. Silence pressed against my ear, thick and waiting. Then a voice came through. My voice. Same flat Oklahoma accent. Same tired rasp from too many graveyard shifts. You weren't supposed to open that room. My throat closed. I couldn't breathe, couldn't move. I've been dead in the walls for 6 months, the voice continued, calm and patient. Now you let me out. The line went dead with a soft click. I dropped the receiver. It swung by its cord, tapping against the desk in a slow rhythm. The stale coffee I'd poured an hour ago had gone cold, but I could smell something else now. That chemical odor from 118 seeping down the hallway. Formaldehyde. Rot. Something preserved but decaying anyway. Can you imagine hearing your own voice tell you you're dead? But what happened next made my blood turn to ice. Down the hallway, past the vending machines and the ice dispenser. A door opened. Not a quick motion, slow, deliberate. The hinges creaked in the empty silence. Then footsteps, heavy, steady, coming toward the lobby. I stared at the security monitor. The hallway camera showed nothing. Empty corridor, flickering fluorescent lights. But I could hear them. Closer. The drag of shoes on worn carpet. The slight scrape of something being pulled behind. The footsteps stopped just outside my office door. My eyes snapped to the security monitor. The grainy black and white feed showed the hallway. And this time, something was there. A figure in a motel uniform moved toward the camera with slow, deliberate steps. Each footfall echoed through the thin office door behind me, perfectly synced with the dragging sound that scraped against the carpet runner. Something heavy, something wet. The chemical stench grew thicker, formaldehyde mixed with copper. I leaned closer to the screen. The figure's head was down, shoulders hunched forward like he'd been walking for hours. The dragging thing behind him left a dark smear on the carpet. I couldn't see what it was. The angle was wrong, but I heard it fabric and weight pulled with rhythmic effort. The figure stopped beneath the hallway camera. Then, oh God, he looked up. My face stared back at me from the monitor. Not similar, not close, exact. Same crooked nose from the high school fight I never talked about. Same scar through my left eyebrow. Same expression I wore when I was too tired to fake being okay. But what I saw in those eyes wasn't exhaustion. It was patience. What would you do if you saw yourself walking toward you in the middle of the night? I lunged for the office door. My fingers fumbled with the deadbolt, cold metal biting into my palm, and I twisted it just as the footsteps stopped outside. The dragging sound ceased. Silence flooded the gap beneath the door, thick and expectant. Then the doorknob turned, slowly, testing. My breath caught in my throat. The knob rotated a full 90 degrees, held there, then released with a soft click. Nothing. I waited. 10 seconds, 20. The chemical smell began to fade, retreating back down the hallway like fog pulled by an unseen tide. I forced myself to look at the monitor again. The hallway was empty. No figure, no smear on the carpet, just fluorescent lights buzzing over stained walls. But I knew what I'd seen, and what I hadn't yet understood was still out there, waiting for me to figure out the rules. I needed answers. The filing cabinet stood in the corner behind the desk, dented metal cold under my palm. I yanked the bottom drawer. It scraped open with a shriek that made my teeth ache. Inside, manila folders thick with mildew and neglect. The smell hit me, old paper and something damp rotting. How long since anyone looked at these? I pulled out the employee records. My fingers shook as I flipped through them. 3 names jumped out. Night auditors, all within the past 3 years. Colin Draper, vanished 6 months ago. Mid-shift, no notice, no call. Gloria's note in red ink, no show, presumed quit. But people don't just vanish, do they? I kept digging. Found the logbook stacked beneath the folders, pages yellowed and curling. Draper's final entries were dated March 9th. The handwriting started neat, then grew erratic, slanted, pressed so hard the pen tore through. March 8th. Quiet night. Guest in 118 paid cash for the week. Keeps curtains drawn. March 9th. Guest in 118 knows my name. How? That was it. The last line he ever wrote. My pulse hammered in my ears. The silence around me felt thick. Waiting, what would you do if you found that? If you saw your predecessor's terror preserved in ink? I turned the page. The next entry was dated March 10th. Different handwriting. Smooth. Careful, it said, Derek Paulson, first shift, all quiet. But I didn't start working here 6 months ago. Did I? The air in the office grew colder. I could see my breath now, faint clouds in the dim light. Behind me, something creaked, the soft groan of a floorboard adjusting to weight. I wasn't alone anymore. I didn't wait for whatever shared the office with me. I ran. The side exit door slammed behind me, and gray dawn light spilled through windows that faced the parking lot. Wrong direction. I'd gone through the side door, should have been facing the dumpsters and the tree line. Instead, the lobby spread out before me. Same scuffed tile, same flickering fluorescence. My breath came in short gasps. The cold morning air tasted metallic like blood or rust. I turned back. The door I just exited, labeled office, sat exactly where it should be, behind me, not in front. I tried the front entrance, pushed through. 3 steps onto the concrete walkway, and my shoes squeaked on tile again. Lobby. The same crooked vacancy sign buzzed in the window. What would you do? keep trying, or accept what your gut already knows. I tried 4 more exits. Maintenance closet, emergency door by the ice machine, the back delivery entrance that always stuck. Every single one spat me back into that lobby like a dog on an invisible chain. But the real nightmare waited outside in the parking lot. My sedan sat in its usual spot under the broken lamppost. I yanked the door handle, cold enough to burn my palm, and dropped into the driver's seat. Turned the key. Click, click, nothing. The engine didn't even turn over, just dead silence. I tried again and again. The steering wheel felt wrong under my hands, too smooth, too cold, like touching a corpse. I looked up at the motel through the windshield. Started driving anyway, coasting in neutral down the slight grade of the lot. The exit was 30 yards away. 20. 10. The hood ornament passed the painted yellow line marking the property boundary, and suddenly I was rolling backward. Up the grade, back toward my parking spot. The motel loomed larger in the rearview mirror. I slammed the brakes. Didn't matter. The car drifted backward until the tires kissed the curb in the exact spot I'd started. The phone. Inside. I had to call someone. Gloria answered on the second ring. Pineview Motor Lodge. Gloria, thank God, it's me, it's Derek. Something's wrong here, I can't. I'm sorry. Her voice was pleasant, distant. Who is this? My throat closed. Derek. Derek Paulson. I work the night shift. I've been working here for. Derek Paulson quit 6 months ago, hun. She paused. I heard papers rustling. Didn't even give notice, just stopped showing up. Who is this? And why are you calling from the motel phone? The line went dead in my hand. And that's when I heard footsteps in the hallway, coming from room 118. I moved, didn't think, just ran. The staff bathroom, closest door, no windows. I slammed it shut and locked it, my breath coming in shallow gasps. The footsteps had stopped. Or maybe they were waiting. I pressed my back against the cold tile wall and tried to steady myself. Think. I dug into my back pocket, fingers fumbling for my wallet. The leather was worn, familiar. But when I flipped it open under the flickering fluorescent light, nothing made sense. My driver's license stared back at me. Derek James Paulson, my face, my address, but the expiration date, last year, March. I blinked, checked again. The plastic felt real enough, smooth under my thumb, but the numbers didn't lie. How long had I been carrying an expired license without noticing? Can you imagine going months without checking something so basic? My phone. I pulled it from my pocket, hands shaking. The screen glowed faintly, no signal. The date frozen at April 19th, 6 months ago. The battery icon showed full, but nothing moved. No notifications, no time ticking forward. Just stuck, my chest tightened. The air in the bathroom smelled faintly of bleach and something else. Something metallic, like old pennies left in water. I looked up. The mirror above the sink reflected me standing there, phone in hand, face pale under the bad lighting. I lowered my phone. My reflection lowered its phone a heartbeat later. I froze, raised my hand, watched the mirror version lift its hand. Slowly, too slowly, like it was moving through something thicker than air. But what I discovered when I touched that glass changed everything. I reached forward. My fingertips met the surface. Ice cold. No colder than ice. The kind of cold that burns. I pulled back. My reflection stayed pressed against the glass. And then it smiled. I wasn't smiling. The thing wearing my face widened its grin, and its lips began to move, forming words I couldn't hear through the glass. I ran. The bathroom door slammed behind me, and the fluorescent hallway lights flickered once, twice, then steadied into that sickly yellow glow. My shoes squeaked against the linoleum. Too loud. Everything was too loud. My breathing, my heartbeat, the hum of the ice machine at the end of the corridor. Behind me, I heard it. A door opening. Slow, deliberate. Not the bathroom door, something else. I didn't look back. Couldn't. My legs carried me past room 114, 115, 116. The numbers blurred, but I felt the distance shrinking between us, between me and whatever was wearing my face. The overhead lights began to flicker in sequence, chasing me down the hallway like dominoes falling. Click, 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 each bulb dimming as I passed, then brightening again behind me. I reached the junction where the hallway split toward the lobby, and the door to the laundry room stood half open on my right. I ducked inside, pulled the door shut. No lock. The laundry room smelled like bleach and damp fabric, that thick chemical sweetness that coats the back of your throat. 2 industrial washers, a folding table, shelves of threadbare towels. I pressed my back against the wall beside the door, trying to slow my breathing, trying to think. But what I heard next made thinking impossible. Footsteps in the hallway, even, patient. The sound of shoes on linoleum, measured and calm, like someone taking a midnight stroll. And then, my own voice, calling my name. Derek. Have you ever heard your own voice from outside your body? Not a recording, those always sound wrong, distorted. This was perfect. Every inflection, every tonal quality. The exact pitch I heard in my own skull when I spoke. Derek, I know you're close. The footsteps stopped. Right outside the laundry room door. I held my breath. The silence stretched so long I thought maybe it had moved on. But that hope died when I heard the soft scrape of fingernails dragging down the wooden door. Slow, deliberate. 4 lines, top to bottom. Then the footsteps resumed, moving away, fading toward the far end of the motel. I waited, counted to 60 in my head, then 60 more. The washer hummed beside me, though I knew for certain it hadn't been running when I entered. The sound was rhythmic, almost like breathing. In and out, in and out. That's when I noticed the smell. It had been faint before, that chemical death stench from room 118. But now it was stronger, thicker, seeping through the walls themselves like something rotting behind the drywall. I turned slowly toward the wall I'd been leaning against. The paint was old, cracked in places, yellowed, but beneath my palm the surface felt warm, not room temperature, not the ambient heat of a building. This was body warmth, feverish, pulsing almost. I snatched my hand away, and as I did, I heard it, scratching. Inside the wall, something moving, dragging, clawing. The sound traveled from my left to my right, following the length of the wall behind the washers. Deliberate, methodical, like fingers testing the drywall from the other side, searching for weak points, searching for a way through. I backed toward the door. My hand found the knob, but before I could turn it, the scratching stopped. And in the silence that followed, I heard my own voice again, closer now, just outside, whisper something that turned my blood to ice. I know what you did, Derek. I know why you can't remember. The doorknob began to turn beneath my hand. The doorknob stopped turning. I didn't wait to see why. I shoved through the laundry room's rear service door. Didn't know it existed until panic made me look and stumbled into the cold night air. But the air smelled wrong. Chemical. Familiar. I was standing outside room 118. The door stood open, waiting. My legs moved before my brain caught up. I crossed the threshold and the temperature dropped 10 degrees. The smell hit me like a fist. That sickly sweet rot I'd been chasing all night, concentrated here, soaking into the carpet and walls. The scratching sound started again, not from the hallway, from inside the wall behind the headboard. Something was in there, something that had been clawing for a very long time. I grabbed the headboard and yanked it away from the wall. The drywall behind it bulged outward, warped and soft with moisture. I could see cracks spreading like veins. Whatever was behind it had been trying to get out, or trying to make room. I drove my fist through the drywall. It gave way with a wet crunch, and the smell that poured out made me gag. Rotting meat and mildew and something else, something older. I tore at the edges, pulling away chunks of plaster and insulation, widening the hole until I could see into the darkness beyond. A crawl space, barely 3 feet deep, and it wasn't empty. Fabric, rotting. Dark shapes wedged into the narrow cavity like sardines in a tin. I fumbled for my phone, shone the light inside, and my stomach turned to ice. 3 bodies. Can you imagine finding yourself staring at your own future? Because that's what I saw in that crawl space. They wore the same uniform I had on. Pale blue shirts, name tags still pinned to their chests despite the advanced decay. I leaned closer, bile rising in my throat, and read the names embossed on tarnished plastic. Draper, HSU, Alvarez. The missing night auditors, all of them, stacked in the walls like forgotten luggage. But what chilled me most wasn't the bodies. It was the fresh scratches on the inside of the drywall, made from within. And the newest corpse was still wearing a watch that ticked softly in the dark. Behind me, footsteps entered the room. Slow, deliberate. My own voice whispered from the doorway, and what it said made my blood freeze. I bolted, through the doorway, past the smell clinging to my uniform like grease. My shoes slapped the hallway tile too loud, too fast, but the other footsteps behind me matched my rhythm exactly. Not rushing, just keeping pace. The lobby fluorescents buzzed overhead as I stumbled behind the front desk. My breath came in short gasps. I turned. He stood in the center of the lobby, my face, my uniform, my posture even. That slight slouch I'd always hated. But his eyes were calm, patient. "You ran," he said with my voice, not mocking, observing. "Stay back." My hand found the desk phone, dead, no dial tone, just silence. He tilted his head. "You're not Derek Paulson." I am. You're what he left behind when he ran." He stepped closer. The floor didn't creak under his weight. "I'm what stayed." The air turned cold. That chemical smell from 118 seeped through the vents, filling my lungs. I pressed my back against the monitor. Static hissed from the speakers. "The thing in 118, his voice softened, almost gentle. "It feeds on unfinished shifts, on abandonment. Someone starts the work, then leaves. Walks away mid-shift." He gestured at me. "You're the echo, I'm the exit." What would you do if you couldn't remember yesterday? I tried. Oh God, I tried to pull up anything before tonight. My first shift, training, the interview. Where I lived, my mother's face. My childhood bedroom, nothing, just the desk, the keys, the hallway, an endless loop of fluorescent light and rotting air. You've been here 6 months, he whispered, repeating the same 8 hours, trying to finish what he abandoned. But the real horror was what he said next. I woke with my cheek pressed against the front desk. Sunlight, real sunlight streaming through the office window, warm and gold. The fluorescent buzz had stopped. Morning sounds filtered in from the parking lot. Car doors, an engine turning over, a crow cawing somewhere distant. My mouth tasted like stale coffee. My neck ached. 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria Finch breezed in carrying her thermos and clipboard, keys jangling on her belt. She smiled, the first genuine warmth I'd seen from her in. How long? Derek, you look exhausted, hun. She set her things down, glanced at the logbook. Another quiet night. I stared at her. She looked normal, real. Her perfume smelled like lavender, not chemicals. Yeah, I heard myself say. Quiet, she nodded, already distracted by paperwork. I turned to the computer. My hand shook as I pulled up the schedule. 6 months. 6 solid months of night shifts under my name. Never missed, never late. Perfect attendance from October 5th through today, April 9th. My throat tightened. I clicked through to room status. 118 blinked on the screen. Vacant, green. Available. The notes section showed nothing. No complaints. No incidents. Vacant for months according to the maintenance log. But what I'd seen in that crawl space hadn't been a dream. You feeling okay? Gloria's voice cut through my thoughts. Fine. The word came out flat. She studied me for a moment, then shrugged. Well, get some rest. See you tonight. Tonight, I stood, gathered my jacket, walked toward the exit, and then I smelled it. Faint. Underneath Gloria's lavender. Underneath the morning coffee brewing in the break room. Something sweet and rotting clinging to my uniform, to my skin. The smell from 118. I looked back at the desk, at the empty hallway beyond, at room 118's door, closed and silent at the end of the corridor. Gloria hummed softly, filling out forms. The sunlight felt cold now. I stepped outside. The parking lot stretched before me, familiar and endless. My car sat in its usual spot. I reached for my keys. Can you imagine walking toward freedom and knowing deep in your bones that you'll never reach it? I opened the car door, started the engine, drove toward the exit, and when I blinked, I was back at the desk, cheek pressed against cold laminate, sunlight streaming through the window. 8:03 in the morning. The door chimed. Gloria walked in, smiling. The waveform breathes when the booth is empty. I stand with my forehead pressed against the cold glass of booth C, watching the laptop screen glow in the darkness. 3 a.m. The peaks and valleys rise and fall in steady rhythm. Inhale, exhale, inhale. But there is no one inside, no microphone, no equipment running. Just that laptop sitting open on the floor, recording something I cannot see. My hand trembles as I press my palm flat against the glass. The waveform spikes, sharp, immediate, like something exhaled hard against the other side. I jerk back. The smell hits me then, wet copper like pennies left in rain. The booth should smell like foam and plastic. It always smells like foam and plastic. But tonight it smells like old blood and condensation. Can you imagine standing there, knowing the door is locked from the inside, knowing you are alone in a windowless studio at 3 in the morning and something is breathing where nothing should breathe? I check the door again. Locked. The bolt is thrown from within the booth. I watched the handle turn on its own 20 minutes ago. Watched it slide into place with a soft click that echoed through the empty mixing room. My throat tightens. I have been a sound engineer for 10 years. I know waveforms. I know silence. I know the difference between ambient noise and this. The laptop screen flickers. The waveform steadies into a new pattern. It is not random anymore. It is forming peaks at exact intervals, deliberate, controlled. And then I see it. The pattern spells something in the peaks and valleys, something I recognize from years of editing dialogue. It is spelling my name. But what I did not know yet was that it had been spelling names for decades. 4 weeks earlier, the job felt like a gift. Frank Delaney hired me on the spot. Overnight mixing shifts at Blackwood Audio Studios, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., double rate. I needed the work, my landlord needed the rent, and the studio smelled like coffee grounds and old carpet, familiar and safe. The fluorescent lights hummed a steady 50 hertz tone. I could tune that out. My first night, I loaded a folk track into Pro Tools. Acoustic guitar, breathy female vocals, clean session. I adjusted the compression, added reverb, let the faders settle where they belonged. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds in, I heard it. A whisper. Underneath the vocal line. Faint. Almost not there. But I'd been mixing for 12 years. I knew every frequency, every harmonic. This didn't belong. I isolated the vocal track, played it back. Nothing. I checked the raw file. Silence where the whisper had been. But when I rendered the full mix again, there it was. A voice beneath the singer's breath, threading through the low mids like smoke. What it said made my hands go still on the faders. Alex. My name. Can you imagine hearing your own name in a file you didn't record? I replayed it 6 times, headphones pressed tight against my ears until the foam made them sweat. Same result. Same timestamp. 3:33 every time, but the raw tracks were clean. I'd stake my career on it. Therefore, the whisper only existed after I touched the mix. I told myself it was interference, radio bleed, a fluke. Then I mixed the second track. Different artist, different session, recorded months apart. I dragged the playhead forward, watching the time code. 3:32. 3:33, there. Louder this time, clearer, Alex, James Mercer. My full name. All 3 words, spoken in a voice that sounded like wet paper tearing. The studio felt colder suddenly, or maybe I just noticed the cold for the first time. The air conditioning vent above booth C rattled, metal on metal. Outside the mixing room window, the hallway stretched dark and empty. No one else worked past midnight. Frank had mentioned that during my interview almost as an afterthought. You'll have the place to yourself. I thought that sounded perfect. Now the silence pressed against the soundproofing like something waiting. I checked the raw files again. Nothing. Checked the plugins, the routing, the input chains. Everything clean. But the render kept whispering my name at 3:33 like clockwork. like it knew exactly when I'd be listening. Why that timestamp? Why my full name, middle name included, when my contract only listed Alex Mercer? And that's when I realized whatever was speaking hadn't learned my name from any file I could see. I came in early the next evening, desperate for daylight conversation. The smell of burnt coffee and stale air hit me before I even reached the mixing room. Two engineers hunched over a tracking session, laughing at something on a phone screen. Hey, question, my voice sounded hoarse. You guys ever hear anomalies in the mixes? The taller one, Jason, I think, glanced up, barely interested. Like what? Check your ground loops. No, not hum, like whispers. At specific timestamps. They exchanged a look, the kind of look that made my stomach tighten. Dude, you're working overnights. Jason grinned. You know how that messes with your head. Get some sleep. The other engineer already had his headphones back on. I tried Frank next. Found him in his office, door half open, sorting invoices under flickering fluorescent light. The hum was louder in there, constant, almost vibrating through my teeth. Frank, I need to ask you something. He didn't look up. Make it quick. I'm hearing interference, voice artifacts in every mix. Always at 3 minutes 33 seconds. His pen stopped, just for a second. Then he resumed writing. Electrical interference, he said flatly. Old building, I'll call someone. But it says I'll call someone Alex. The way he said my name made my skin crawl. Have you ever been dismissed so completely you wondered if you'd imagine the whole thing? I walked back through the hallway, noticed the schedule pinned to the corkboard. Day shift, evening shift. Then, nothing. No names after 10 p.m. except mine. I was the only one here overnight. 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Alone in this windowless maze. Just me and the humming lights and the stale air that never moved. But what I didn't know yet was why no one else would take the night shift anymore, and what they'd all heard before they refused. I needed proof I wasn't losing my mind. The security camera clicked onto the tripod behind my chair, lens aimed at my face and the mixing desk. I angled it carefully, making sure the microphone stayed in frame. My hands trembled as I tightened the mount. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their constant electric drone, and the stale air tasted metallic on my tongue. I pressed record at 10:47 p.m. The mix session felt endless. Every minute crawled. I kept glancing at the camera's tiny red light, knowing it watched me, knowing I'd see the truth later. At 3 minutes 33 seconds into the track, I held my breath, listening for the whisper beneath the vocals. There it was, faint, cold, saying my full name, Alex James Mercer. I felt nothing. No urge to speak. No movement I wasn't controlling. But what the playback showed made my stomach drop through the floor. I watched myself on the laptop screen at 11:32 p.m. There I was, hunched over the desk, adjusting levels. The timestamp hit 3:33. On screen, my hands stopped, just froze mid-gesture. My head lifted slowly, mechanically, eyes wide open but completely blank, like someone had scooped out everything behind them and left only glass. I leaned forward, toward the microphone. My lips moved. The audio captured it perfectly. A whisper in my own voice, cold and hollow. Alex James Mercer. Have you ever watched yourself do something you have zero memory of doing? It's like staring at a stranger wearing your face. My hands shook so badly I could barely pause the video. I shoved back from the desk, and the drawer handle was ice cold against my palm as I yanked it open, searching for anything. My fingers found paper wedged in the back corner, yellowed, folded tight. The handwriting was frantic, ink pressed deep into the fibers. "It is not you whispering." Check Booth C signed Curtis Vale, former engineer, and scrawled below in trembling letters, "If you are reading this, you are already being recorded." The studio archive smelled wrong, like dust mixed with something metallic, almost like burnt copper. I descended the basement stairs at 4 in the morning, Curtis's note crumpled in my fist. The fluorescent lights down here flickered in a rhythm that made my pulse quicken. Personnel files lined metal shelves, cold to the touch. I pulled every overnight engineer folder from the past decade. 7 names, 7 resignation dates. No 2-week notices, just abrupt departures, sometimes mid-shift. My hands trembled as I reached Curtis Vale's file. Terminated. October 14th, 2019. Not resigned. Terminated. I cornered Frank the next evening before my shift. "Tell me about Curtis Vale." His jaw tightened. "That's not. We don't discuss former employees." "Why not?" "Drop it, Alex." He turned away, but I saw his hand shake as he reached for the door. So I went back down. The hard drive sat in plastic bins labeled by year. I found 2019 and hauled it to the mixing room. My laptop whirred as I searched Curtis's session files. There, his final mix. Dated October 13th, 2019. The night before his termination. I loaded it, pressed play. At 3 minutes and 33 seconds, his voice emerged beneath the track. Calm, hollow. 472 Burnside Street. August 9th, 1990. October 14th, 2019. His address, his birthday, and a date. But what I discovered next made my blood freeze. I Googled Curtis Vale's obituary. Died October 14th, 2019. Unexplained cardiac arrest. Age 29. He whispered his own death date, and 24 hours later it came true. And that's when I realized the whisper wasn't just recording me. It was predicting something far worse. I had to know if it would happen to me too. The mixing desk felt colder under my palms as I set up a fresh session. Fingers trembling so badly I fumbled the cable inputs twice. The fluorescent lights overhead hummed their usual monotone dirge, but tonight the sound felt thicker, like it was pressing against my eardrums. I hit record. 3 minutes, 33 seconds. That's all I had to wait. My heartbeat filled the headphones as the timeline crawled forward, each second stretching like warm tar. I watched the waveform dance with my breath, with the soft creak of my chair, with the wet click of my throat when I swallowed. At 3 minutes 32 seconds, my hands went numb. Then, silence. My own voice whispered through the speakers, clear, calm, familiar but wrong, like hearing yourself on an old answering machine. 417 Hawthorne Street, Apartment B, September 12, 1992. My address, my birthday, November 21st. Next Thursday. The air left my lungs. Can you imagine hearing the exact date you're supposed to die? Not from a doctor, not from a fortune teller, from your own mouth speaking words you never said. I slammed my fist on the delete key. The file blinked out, then reappeared. I deleted it again, 5 times. Each time it regenerated like a wound refusing to close. But what I did next made everything so much worse. I ran, grabbed my jacket, my keys, didn't bother shutting down the equipment. The hallway stretched longer than I remembered, my footsteps echoing in a rhythm that sounded almost like whispering. The exit door's push bar felt sticky under my palm. Was that condensation or something else? Outside, November rain drilled the pavement, cold mist clinging to my face. I fumbled my keys into the ignition. Click, click, click. The engine turned over, but wouldn't catch. The battery was new. I'd driven here 3 hours ago. I tried again. Click, click, click. The studio lights behind me flickered once. Then the windows went dark, one by one, like eyes closing. The building exhaled cold air through the cracked exit door, carrying the smell of burnt plastic and something older, earthier like wet soil. My phone screen glowed, 1 bar of signal. I dialed Frank's number with shaking fingers. It rang and rang. Then, static. Underneath the white noise, I heard it. My own whispered voice looping, November 21st. November 21st. November 21st. The studio door behind me creaked open by itself. Just an inch. Just enough to let something out or invite me back in. I ran. The studio door groaned wider behind me, but I didn't look back. My legs carried me down the block, lungs burning, the burnt plastic smell clinging to my jacket. I flagged down a late-night rideshare with shaking hands. The driver asked if I was okay. I lied. Home felt wrong, too quiet, too close to whatever was following me. So I went to the only place open at 4 in the morning, a 24-hour diner on Burnside with free Wi-Fi. The fluorescent buzz reminded me of the studio. I ordered coffee I wouldn't drink and opened my laptop. City records, fire department archives. I needed to know what I was dealing with. The search term was simple, Blackwood audio fire. The results loaded slowly, and what I found made my hands go cold. November 3rd, 1997. Booth C electrical fire during overnight session. 1 casualty, Hugo Brennan, age unknown, sound engineer. The report stated the fire was contained within 20 minutes, but witnesses, 3 firefighters and a neighboring business owner, reported hearing screaming from inside the booth for hours afterward. The door had been opened. The booth was empty. No body recovered. I scrolled further, rebuilding permits, insurance claims, then a personnel file scanned and archived. Hugo Brennan's employee photo filled my screen. Gaunt face, hollow eyes, thin lips pressed together. He was staring directly at the camera, but his eyes were wrong, too dark, too still. Like they were looking through the lens, through time, straight at me. And beneath the photo, handwritten in faded ink, overnight engineer, Booth C specialist. But what made my stomach twist was something I hadn't expected to find. The notation at the bottom of his file, stamped in red, audio logs preserved in perpetuity. That's when I realized Hugo hadn't just died in that fire. I drove back to Blackwood at 2 in the morning. The studio sat dark and empty, fluorescent lights humming their usual dirge. My hand trembled as I unlocked the front door. Booth C waited at the end of the hallway. The metal door handle felt ice cold under my palm. Colder than it should be, I twisted it. The seal broke with a wet sucking sound, releasing air that smelled wrong, stale, organic, like someone had been living in there. Oh God, someone had. A sleeping bag lay crumpled in the corner. Fast food wrappers scattered across the floor. Empty water bottles lined the wall. But that wasn't what froze me in place. A laptop sat open on a makeshift desk, two milk crates and a plank. The screen glowed pale blue in the darkness. Audio software running, recording live. I stepped closer. The waveform on screen pulsed rhythmically. Up and down, matching my breathing exactly. Can you imagine seeing your own breath visualized by something you didn't set up? My chest tightened. I held my breath. The waveform continued. Then I heard it, wet breathing, behind me. Close enough to feel against my neck, I spun around. Empty booth. Just me and the sleeping bag and the smell of old sweat. When I turned back to the laptop, the cursor was moving. On its own. Sliding across the screen with mechanical precision, opening a folder I hadn't touched. The folder name appeared in white text, collection. Inside, files, audio files, each one named after someone. Curtis _ Vale _ final _ recording .wav. Jenkins _ Emma _ final _ recording .wav. 7 names total. 7 overnight engineers. But what I saw at the bottom made my stomach drop through the floor. Alex _ Mercer _ final _ recording .wav. The file was already created. Timestamp, tonight, size 0 kilobytes, and growing. I ran, out of booth C down the corridor. My sneakers slapped against linoleum that smelled faintly of mildew and copper. The exit sign glowed red at the end of the hall. But when I shoved through the door, fluorescent lights buzzed overhead and I was staring at booth C again. No, I turned, ran the opposite direction, past the mixing room, past Frank's office, through the loading bay door and into the corridor. Booth C waited ahead, door hanging open like a mouth. Can you imagine that? Every exit, every turn, leading back, I pulled out my phone. My hands shook so hard I nearly dropped it. No signal. I dialed 911 anyway. Static poured from the speaker, and beneath it, faint but growing, the whisper. My full name, over and over. I threw the phone. It clattered against the wall, but the whisper didn't stop, because it wasn't coming from the phone anymore. It was in my heartbeat. Tha-thump, Alex, tha-thump, Mercer. Each pulse carried it through my veins, a rhythm I couldn't escape. I pressed my palms over my ears, but it only grew louder, syncing with my breath. In Alex, out Mercer. The booth walls glistened. Condensation beaded and dripped, slow and deliberate, like sweat on living skin. My watch read 3:32. Oh, no, the lights cut out, pure black, the kind that presses against your eyes. I froze, breath caught, something cold touched the back of my neck. Wet, solid, I screamed. And from the darkness, my scream played back, looped, layered, whispered in 7 different voices, all mine, all wrong. But what I heard beneath those voices made my blood stop cold. Warmth touched my face. Not cold, not wet, warmth. I opened my eyes to fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. and Frank Delaney's panicked face hovering above mine. His breath smelled like cheap coffee and cigarettes. The mixing desk pressed hard against my spine. Headphones tangled around my throat. The microphone was live, red LED glowing like a tiny wound. Jesus Christ, Alex, can you hear me? I blinked. My tongue tasted like copper. My neck throbbed where it had touched me. I tried to speak, but only a croak escaped. Frank pulled the headphones off. You've been out for hours. I found you at 6:15. It's almost noon. Noon, daylight. Real daylight filtering through the hallway from the front entrance. I could see dust motes floating in the golden beam. I wanted to cry. I'm leaving, I whispered. What? I'm leaving. Forever, I'm done. Frank stepped back, hands raised. Okay. Okay, you need a hospital. No. I shoved myself upright. The studio spun, but I forced my legs to work. One step, another. The floor felt solid. The walls stayed where they were. I stumbled past Frank, past the mixing room, past booth C. I didn't look inside. I couldn't. My car started on the first try. The steering wheel was sun-warmed under my palms, real and ordinary and perfect. I drove. I didn't stop until Portland was a smudge in my rear-view mirror, but what I didn't know then, what I couldn't have known, was that leaving wasn't the same as escaping. 3 months passed. I found work in Seattle. I slept with the lights on. I never mixed audio again. I convinced myself it was over. I was wrong. Because on a cold February night, a woman named Sarah Chen walked into Blackwood Audio Studios for her first overnight shift. Frank hired her without mentioning the history, without warning her. At 3:33 into her first mix, she stopped, cocked her head, listened. A whisper threaded through the track, faint, unmistakable. Sarah Marie Chen, her full name. She checked the raw files. Nothing there, just like I had. And in booth C, when the day shift engineer opened it the next morning, they found something new on the floor. A sleeping bag. Fresh food wrappers. The laptop still recording, cursor blinking. The folder labeled collection had grown. Curtis Vale, final recording. Hugo Brennan, archived. Michael Torres, archived. David Kim, archived. And there, second from the bottom, Alex_Mercer_final_recording.wav. The file was 4 hours and 37 minutes long. Sarah would discover it in 2 weeks. She would listen. She would hear my voice whispering her address, her birthday, her death date. And she would realize, just as I had, that some studios don't just record sound. They collect it. They collect us. And once you're in the collection, you never really leave. The cockpit door won't open. My shoulder slams against it. Once, twice. The latch is cold under my palm, but it doesn't budge. Outside the windshield, the propeller spins. A gray blur cutting the air with that low, churning roar you feel in your teeth. The plane is moving. Concrete slides beneath the wheels. I didn't turn the key. I didn't touch anything. But the Cessna taxis forward like something's dragging it, smooth and inevitable, toward the sealed hangar door at the far end. The radio crackles. Cessna November 7734, cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional, but there's something wrong with the cadence, like someone reading lines they've memorized but never understood. I yank the yoke back. Nothing. The throttle won't move. My hands are shaking now and I can smell it. That sharp bite of aviation fuel too strong like it's seeping through the vents. Can you imagine that? Trapped in a cockpit that's moving without you. Then I see him, standing on the hangar floor 30 feet ahead. A man in a security uniform. My uniform, same boots, same tired posture. He's watching the plane approach, watching me. And his face, oh God, it's my face. He doesn't move, doesn't flinch. Just stands there as the Cessna rolls toward him, propeller screaming now, and I'm shouting, but the sound dies in my throat because the hangar door. The massive steel door I've checked every night for months. It's gone. Just open sky, black and endless, and the plane keeps accelerating. But that's not where this started. 4 weeks earlier, none of this had started yet. My boots echoed across the hangar floor, steady, rhythmic, the same route I'd walked for 8 months. Chandler Regional at midnight was a graveyard for mothballed aircraft. Rows of them. Silent hulks under fluorescent lights that hummed like wasps trapped in glass. I checked my clipboard, tail numbers, registration dates, all accounted for, and then I saw it, Bay 7. A Cessna I'd never logged before, single engine, white fuselage with a faded red stripe. The tail number caught the light, N-7734. I stopped, listened. The hangar was empty, it always was, but something felt wrong. The air smelled different. Not the usual dust and stale hydraulic fluid. This was sharper, metallic, like ozone before a storm. I approached slowly, touched the wing. Cold, real, solid metal beneath my palm. The landing gear sat flush on the concrete. No blocks, no chocks, as if someone had just parked it there. I radioed Alice Drucker, my supervisor. She answered on the fourth ring, voice thick with sleep. "There's a plane in Bay 7, I said. "Not in my log. Cessna N-7734. Silence. Then a sigh. "Grant, we've talked about this. I'm looking at it right now. That registration crashed in 2017. Total loss." Her tone flattened. Professional, dismissive. "You need to take your medication. Alice, I'm standing next to, documented in your report. We'll discuss this tomorrow." The line went dead. I turned back to the Cessna. My hand still rested on the wing. The metal was cold, but when I leaned closer to the engine cowling, I swear I felt warmth rising from beneath. I spent the next 48 hours searching. The laptop screen burned my eyes at 3 in the morning. I typed November 7734 into every aviation database I could access. The NTSB report loaded slow, pixel by pixel. There it was. Cessna 172, registration N7734, total hull loss. August 9th, 2017. No survivors. The room smelled like stale coffee and sweat. I read the report 3 times. 4. Pilot error. Controlled flight into terrain. Aircraft destroyed on impact. But I'd touched that plane 6 hours ago. Cold rivets. Real rubber tires. The front door slammed. I flinched. "You're still up." Sarah stood in the bedroom doorway, her duffel bag already packed. She wasn't asking. "I need to figure this out." "You need help, Grant." Her voice cracked, not with anger but exhaustion. "You've been obsessing over a plane that doesn't exist." "It does exist. I've seen it. I've touched it, measured it. I know." She zipped the bag. The sound cut through me like a blade. "Alice was right. You're not. You're not okay." I wanted to explain to make her understand. Instead, I watched her walk to the door. Sarah, she paused, didn't turn around. I can't watch you disappear again, she whispered. The door clicked shut. The apartment went silent except for the laptop's hum. I returned to the hangar records, personnel files, looking for anyone who might have seen what I'd seen. The previous night guard's folder sat thin in the cabinet, almost empty. Thomas Vega, employed 14 months, resigned abruptly last March. No exit interview, no forwarding address, just a single note in Alice's handwriting, refused to discuss reasons for departure. The ink smelled faintly of kerosene. I returned to the hangar at midnight. The Cessna waited in the same bay, silent under the fluorescent hum. I stood 10 feet away, flashlight trembling in my grip, and listened to my own breathing echo off concrete. The air smelled of dust and old hydraulic fluid, and something else, avgas, sharp and chemical, but the plane hadn't moved in days. I'd spent 7 years avoiding cockpits. After the 2017 incident, my trainee flight, my frozen hands on the yoke, the instructor screaming my name, I swore I'd never sit in one again. The guilt had carved a trench through my life deep enough to drown in. But this plane shouldn't exist. I approached slowly, boots scraping the floor too loud. The metal skin gleamed dull silver in my flashlight beam. I pressed my palm against the fuselage. Cold, then not. A faint warmth radiated through the aluminum like a body under a sheet. My hand jerked back. The cockpit door hung open. An invitation. What would you do? Walk away and let the mystery fester? Or climb inside and confront what shouldn't be real? I grabbed the door frame and pulled myself up. The seat leather creaked under my weight. The smell hit me immediately. Stale air, old vinyl, and beneath it something metallic. Copper. My chest tightened. The instrument panel stretched before me, gauges dark but intact. Then I saw the coordinates. They glowed faintly on the GPS unit already programmed. 33 degrees north, 111 west. I knew those numbers. Rural Arizona, middle of nowhere. The fuel gauge needle sat pinned at full. Impossible. Alice said this plane had been decommissioned. I reached forward and touched the engine cowling through the open window. Warm, not hot. Not cold. Warm, like it had been running an hour ago. My pulse hammered in my ears. I twisted in the seat, scanning the cockpit for, I don't know what, proof, explanation, anything. My flashlight beam swept across the co-pilot seat and stopped. A logbook, lying open, pages crisp and white. I lifted it with both hands, angling it toward the light. The handwriting was small, precise, slanted right. Dated entries filled the columns, departure times, destinations, flight hours. Standard pilot documentation. But the date at the top of the open page made my throat close. Tomorrow. Departure time, 6:47 a.m. Destination, nowhere final approach. I flipped back a page, another entry, same handwriting, same impossible future date, then another, and another, all my handwriting. The same cramped letters I'd used to fill out shift logs for 3 months. The same loop on the capital G in my signature, but I had never touched this book. I read the entry again, whispering the words aloud to make them real. Departure 6:47 a.m. Destination. Nowhere final approach. My hand was shaking, the same tremor I'd seen in the crash report. The pilot's medical file had noted it, essential tremor, stress-induced. I clenched my fist, but the shaking wouldn't stop. The hangar lights flickered once, twice. I looked up through the windscreen at the vast empty space beyond. The other mothballed aircraft sat in neat rows, silent and dead. But N7734 hummed, not with sound, with presence, with warmth, with waiting. The logbook entry stared up at me, ink dark and fresh. 6:47 a.m., tomorrow, and I had no idea what would happen when that moment arrived. I stayed away for 22 hours. The logbook entries haunted me through my apartment walls, my shift at the gas station, the 3 cups of coffee I couldn't finish, my handwriting, tomorrow's date, 6:47 a.m. So I returned. The hangar swallowed me at midnight, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead like dying insects. N-7734 waited in the same position, propeller blades gleaming dull silver under the industrial glare. I checked my watch, 12:03 a.m., hours to go before the logbook's prophecy. I circled the Cessna twice, boots echoing on concrete. The fuselage still radiated warmth, unnatural like skin holding fever. I pressed my palm flat against the metal. My hand came away smelling of aviation fuel and something else, burnt copper maybe, or old pennies left in rain. The cockpit door hung open, inviting. I climbed inside, settled into the pilot seat. The coordinates still glowed on the nav screen, numbers I didn't recognize. The logbook lay exactly where I'd left it, still open to tomorrow's entry. My signature at the bottom, neat and careful. I would wait. I would see what 6:47 brought. The minutes crawled. My breath fogged in the cold cockpit air. Outside, the hangar stretched empty and vast, rows of mothballed planes sleeping under tarps. What would you do? Sitting in a ghost chair, watching your own handwriting predict the future. At 6:47 exactly, the engine coughed to life. No key turned. No ignition sequence. The propeller spun, slow at first, then faster, a whirring roar that filled my skull. The instrument panel blazed with light. Radio static crackled, sharp and insistent. Oh, no, 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 no. I lunged for the door, jammed. I slammed my shoulder against it once, twice, and it gave way. I fell onto the concrete, scrambled backward on my palms. The Cessna hummed, alive and waiting. I ran, through the hangar, past silent aircraft, into the security office. I slammed the door, gasping, and grabbed the desk to steady myself. The clock on the wall read 12:03 a.m. I stared, checked my watch. Same time, exactly the same. 7 hours, gone, erased like they'd never existed. My shift log lay open on the desk. I flipped through the pages with trembling fingers. There, 6:47 a.m., my signature, my handwriting, neat check marks beside every patrol zone. I had walked my rounds. I had signed my name. I had been here for 7 hours I couldn't remember. And somewhere in the hangar, the Cessna's engine ticked as it cooled. Waiting for tomorrow night, when the logbook said I'd do it all again. I spent the next day hunting ghosts in databases. My apartment smelled like burnt coffee and panic. 3 monitors glowed blue on the kitchen counter. I'd called in sick. Alice didn't even sound surprised. And now I sat clicking through Federal Aviation records, fingers trembling on the mouse. The crash file loaded slowly. Cessna N7734, total loss. October 3rd, 2017, single fatality, but the pilot's name, redacted. Black bars covered every identifying field. Date of birth, redacted. License number, redacted. Next of kin, redacted. Even the autopsy findings were stripped clean, just a clinical note about blunt force trauma and a timestamp. What would you do? Keep digging or walk away before the hole swallows you? I kept digging. The archived news sites gave me more. Local coverage of the crash, grainy photos uploaded 8 years ago. I clicked the first thumbnail. The wreckage spread across desert hardpan, crumpled aluminum catching Arizona sun. Yellow tarps, a body bag zipped and waiting, and there, in the background, a figure, security uniform, dark blue, same cut as mine, standing beside a perimeter barricade, arms crossed. The photographer must have used a cheap camera because the face was blurred, motion smudged into obscurity. But the posture, oh God, the posture was mine. The way I stand when I'm cold. Left shoulder slightly higher. Weight shifted to the right leg. I printed the photo with shaking hands. Held it under my desk lamp. Stared at the blurred face until my vision doubled. That uniform hadn't existed in 2017. Our company didn't contract Chandler Regional until 2019. So how had I been there, watching myself crash? I couldn't stay away. The photo burned behind my eyes for 2 days, but Thursday night I clocked in like always and walked straight to N7734. The hangar lights buzzed overhead, casting their sickly yellow glow across the concrete. My boots echoed in the emptiness. The Cessna sat where it always did, waiting. I climbed the wing step. The metal was cold under my palm, leaching warmth from my skin even through my glove. The cockpit door hung open. Inside, the logbook lay on the co-pilot seat, thicker than before. I grabbed it and the leather felt wrong, worn in places my hands had never touched. I flipped it open. Page after page. My handwriting. Every single entry dated in the future. December 22nd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 23rd, 0647. Departure. Destination, nowhere final approach. December 24th. December 25th. December 26th. The ink was fresh. I could smell it. That sharp chemical bite mixing with the stale air and old aviation fuel. My chest tightened. Each entry identical. Same time, same destination. Same loops of my own cursive that I hadn't written. Then I reached the last page. December 30th. 1 week from today. The entry was half finished. The pen stroke trailing off mid-word as if whoever wrote it, as if I had been interrupted. Would you keep reading? Knowing every page pulls you closer to something you can't escape. I turned back to the first future entry. My hand shook as I held the corner of the page. Just a tremor, barely noticeable. I tried to steady it, but the shaking persisted. A fine vibration I couldn't control. I froze. The crash report. The redacted pilot file I'd found. There had been a medical note buried in the appendix. Progressive neurological tremor. Right hand. Onset unknown. I lifted my hand into the dim light. The tremor spread up my wrist, and that's when I understood I wasn't investigating the crash pilot. I was becoming him. I grabbed the crowbar from the maintenance locker and swung it against the fuselage. The impact jolted through my arms. No dent, not even a scratch. The metal hummed beneath the blow, a tuning fork struck underwater, vibrating at a frequency I felt in my teeth. I swung again. Again. The tremor in my right hand made my grip slip, but I didn't stop. Couldn't stop. The sound echoed through the hangar, sharp clangs that should have left gouges, fractures, something real. Nothing, the Cessna sat pristine, untouched. My breath came in ragged gasps, fogging in the cold air. The fluorescent lights overhead flickered once, twice, then steadied, and that's when I saw him. A figure in a security uniform walking between the mothballed aircraft. Same height, same gait. He moved through the shadows near the far wall, checking his flashlight beam across the tail numbers. Me. But younger, maybe 25. Hair darker, no tremor in his stride. I blinked. He was gone. The lights flickered again. Another figure appeared, closer this time, crossing the aisle near the office door. Older, graying at the temples, same uniform, same route. He didn't look up, didn't acknowledge the plane. Just walked his patrol, step by step, like I'd done 1,000 nights before, like I was doing now. Can you imagine watching yourself and realizing you're not the original? The hangar air tasted stale, recycled. How long had I been breathing the same breath? The fluorescent hum pressed into my skull, a tone I'd heard so many nights it had become silence. I turned. A third figure stood near the wing. My age. My face. Staring at the logbook in his hands, tremor visible even from here. The lights went out. When they stuttered back on, the hangar was empty. Just me. Just N7734. And the logbook lying open on the wing, pages fluttering though there was no breeze. I stepped closer and saw the next entry had appeared. My handwriting, today's date, but I was still holding the crowbar. The cockpit smells like aviation fuel and something older. Leather seat beneath me, cold glass under my palms. I blink, and the world slides into focus. Instruments glowing green, yoke vibrating in my grip. We're moving. The engine roars, not starting, already running. The propeller blurs outside, chewing through stale hangar air. Concrete rolls beneath the wheels, faster now, gaining momentum. I lunge for the door handle. Jammed. I slam my shoulder against it. Nothing, the metal doesn't even rattle. No. My breath fogs the windshield. I wipe it clear and freeze. He's standing on the hangar floor, me. Same uniform, same posture, arms at his sides. Watching, not moving, not shouting. Just watching as the plane taxis past him. His face is mine, but emptier. A photograph left too long in the sun. Can you imagine seeing yourself like that? Standing outside your own body, observing your panic with perfect stillness. The radio crackles to life. Cessna November 7734, you are cleared for takeoff. The voice is calm, professional. Wrong, I grab the mic. I didn't request clearance. I'm not. Cessna November 7734, maintain heading, cleared for departure. The plane accelerates. My hands aren't on the throttle. The yoke pulls forward on its own. Ahead, the sealed hangar door looms. Corrugated metal. No gap, no opening, but as we rush toward it, the door isn't there anymore, just sky. Endless, black, and the radio voice, I finally recognize it now. The cadence, the tremor buried under the calm, it's mine. But whose voice am I hearing it with? I grip the yoke. My hands lock around cold metal. The vibration travels up my forearms. Steady, rhythmic, alive. The engine roar swallows all thought. The Cessna accelerates toward where the hangar door should be, toward nothing but black sky and stars that shouldn't exist indoors. The navigation panel flashes. Coordinates appear in green phosphorescent light. Numbers I recognize instantly. 08-17-1983, my birthday, but inverted, backwards. The month and day switched, the year counting down instead of forward. The radio crackles. That voice again, my voice, speaks clearance protocols I've never learned. Every syllable matches the rhythm of my own breathing. I feel my lips move in time with the transmission, though I make no sound. Oh God, I am speaking, I am listening, both at once. The man on the tarmac, the one watching me with empty eyes, he isn't a doppelganger. He's the next loop, or the last one, or all of them compressed into a single witness who never leaves. The coordinates invert again, flash faster, my birth, my death. The crash date from 2017, Thomas Vega's resignation. Tonight, tomorrow. All the same moment folded into itself. The loop doesn't repeat, it tightens. The sky swallows the nose of the plane. Cold rushes through invisible seams in the cockpit, air that tastes like jet fuel and concrete dust and something older. The hangar stretches behind me, already fading, already resetting. The propeller spins into stars that aren't stars. I see the empty floor below, but I'm also standing on it, staring up, waiting for my next shift to begin. I'll find the Cessna again. I'll report it. I'll climb inside. I have always been here. The darkness folds